work with a filmmaker and then tell the story. And then be bold and unapologetic. Next slide, please. When you're bold and you're unapologetic, it means that you don't care who is in the audience or who is in the room. You will speak truth to power, and you will say what needs to be said. As far as you're telling the truth, you're being relatable, you're being authentic, I promise you that people will not be offended. And I'm saying, Ghana, we're in a hurry to insult and to be angry for sometimes good reason, but for the sake of being angry too is also there. Be calm, be cool, but speak, and your story will penetrate. What are the artists in the room, apart from the writers? Okay, painters here. Anybody who wants to be an artist but doesn't know how? Oh, you don't want to be an artist? There's money in art, oh, let me tell you. Okay, now before we wrap up, I'm going to speak very briefly about the colors that define me and my work and my storytelling. Most of the time I wear black or red. Now black because, you know, when you think of black, you think of death. When you wear black, hey, yes, Yana, oh, we are okay. And then they will even ask has somebody passed away, so we are okay, you know. But black is a very powerful color in that it also connotes a complete absorption of light. Black, when you see black, it means that whatever you're seeing, that object is not reflecting light, it's absorbing light. So black has depth. Remember depth? It has depth. Black is mysterious because there's so many colors in there. All the colors of the rainbow are in black. The artist will tell you, but you don't see them. But you touch the black and experience it, and then all the shades will come out and bless you, right? And then black also symbolizes elegance, wealth. You know, a lot of wealthy people wear pitch black suits. There's a reason. It's a powerful color. And then restraint. If you remember, black has all the colors, but it's holding them back. Sometimes in power, there's restraint, and in restraint, there's power. You don't always need to announce your presence. You don't always need to blow your own horn. There's power in that, and if you're a storyteller, sometimes you allow the story to tell itself without making you the center of the story, okay? And then lastly, red, sacrifice, danger. When we are doing protests, Chobwe, red is there. Passion, sexuality, and sensuality. And red in particular, it's a color that, you know, for me, for women, it's a very powerful one to wear every day because for a lot of the time, we are over-sexualized, but also told to be demure and cutesy. So those are the reasons why I do my red and my black. So I know my why. I hope you should know your why too. Next slide, please. Okay. These are some upcoming projects that I have. So I have the Harvard-Radcliffe Project Fellowship coming up. What it is I'm going to be doing a project for 8 months called Poetic Justice. It's all about storytelling. It's all centered on Ghana and sustainability in how we produce. So many amazing businessmen and women here. Where are you? Hands up. But is Ghana supporting you? Is the business businessing because of the government? No. And so I'm doing a lot of research and putting that into storytelling and spreading the word about people like you, okay? And then I have my annual event at the end of the month into the 1st of November, the Matriarchs Verse Experience 2024. Day 1 is for students, JHS to tertiary, capacity building for writers and artists. Day 2 is for practicing creatives. Come and see how to make your art business and actually live off of it. Live and eat your art, as I like to say. And then the 1st of November is my annual concert. And then on the 14th, next week, Monday, I'll be joining a number of creatives and we'll be doing a walk of poetivism. In my case, others will be doing artivism and we'll be walking to speak up against galamsey. So one of the interesting things we'll be doing is we've teamed up with some sachet water producers and we've used water from the polluted rivers to produce sachet water. And we'll be handing it out on the streets of Accra and then performing as well.
Yes.
Okay. So I hope that it's been very short, very brief, but I hope that it's giving you a sense into how you should tell your story. I've taken it from the creative perspective, but the bottom line is that whether you are in business, whether you're in education, whether you're in healthcare, regardless of which industry or space you find yourself in, If you know how to tell your story, you can always win, but do it with authenticity. Thank you.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, everybody. I don't want you to laugh, but if you're not an alien here or a robot, can you please stand up? Interesting. Okay, if you are African, you can still stand up, the rest can sit down. Okay. All right, if you're Ghanaian, you can keep standing, everybody else can sit down. Okay. The men, if you're not a lady, please sit down. If you've been on stage before, stay up. Everybody else sit down. If you've been on stage before. If you've been a teacher before, keep standing. If you've been a teacher before. Okay. If you went to an international school, keep standing. If you're a creative, keep standing. Okay, if your hair color is red, you can keep standing. All right, Apioka and I go way back, and it's interesting. You can sit down. It's interesting that as I started talking about the different groups, you realize that you started to narrow it down. A lot of times you meet young people and you ask them, and I have this very interesting or weird way I ask people questions. For example, what makes you so awesome? Because maybe I know somebody around you only hangs out with awesome people. Or I may ask you, what makes you so great that I should get to know you? And you usually hear funny answers like, I don't know, I go to school, or my name is this, or something very random that you won't remember, right? But the beautiful thing is everybody here is very unique. The trick is finding the right combinations of you that make you unique. So it's not so much the fact that you're exceptional, but it's the fact that God has given each one of us a specific uniqueness that allows us to be unique. This topic was quite difficult for me because the truth is I usually celebrate community and I believe in the collective. And sometimes I have the fear of thinking that when we zone into our uniqueness, we tend to be egotistic. But the beautiful thing that we don't realize is that our uniqueness is actually what makes the community special. Research will tell you that diversity or the level of diversity in a team determines the success of the team. But here's where the kicker goes. It's easy to separate or say you have diversity when you have women in your group, or you have men in your group, or you have different races, but is it deep enough? When initially I asked, are there any Africans here? A lot of you stood up. And as Africans, if we're looking at a unique problem, most of you are going to look at that problem as Africans. Then I talked about Ghanaians, and most of you are going to talk about or look at that problem as Ghanaians. But guess what? Apioko is probably going to sit with a number of her creatives, and if you ask her to look at a problem, she will look at it from that creative mind as a poet, and somebody has a filmography and whatever, and they may look at the problem and think they are different but still be similar. Until something reminds her, wait a second, I did teach at TIS. I did go to TIS. TIS kids are a bit different because of their upbringing, and so she may bring a perspective that all of a sudden people realize, we didn't think about that. What am I saying? What I'm saying is that when you truly find your uniqueness through discovering what separates you from others, not in what makes you special, but in the combination of things that come together to make you different, then you really give value to the community you find yourself in, creating good diversity and as such giving overall value. Now, what are the benefits of finding your uniqueness? My dear in the green, what's your name? In the green jacket, yes, you. You're Valerie. What's special about you? And that's what? That's you. Okay, we'll get into that. But Valerie, who can you remember currently, right now? Give me one name from this room. Okay, why? Because of the things she said. Interesting. Okay, who else do you remember? Sayram. Who's Sayram? Where's she? Oh, yes, Sayram. Okay, why is that? Because you know him. Okay, so who didn't you know before today that you can remember? You can remember everybody here. Yeah, mention a name. Okay, so give me a name. Give me somebody. You don't remember Apioko's name, who I just mentioned? Okay, but at least if you leave this room, you remember that there was a lady with red hair. Is that likely? Okay. So how many of you are in a position or in a place of looking for jobs? Anybody here? Or all of you are working? Is everybody here working? Or entrepreneurs? Are you all entrepreneurs? You're an entrepreneur? Okay. You'll be launching your book soon, right? Okay. What is it about you that you think makes you so unique that people will remember you? Does anybody know him, by the way? Does anybody know him? Okay, nobody's raising their hand, so please tell them who you are.
My name is Caleb Shali.
Okay.
400 computer science student from the University of Ghana.
Okay.
I'm a student leader.
Okay.
Yes. And as you mentioned, I'm about to publish my first book called It Is In You.
Okay.
Speaking about purpose, principles, and power.
Beautiful. Okay, stop right there. Now, what do you remember about him? The lady in green. The one behind you. Yes. You, turn him back. Yes. I'm sorry? So he said a lot of things, but you remember it's in you. Why do you remember that? Interesting. So the man is a student leader. We don't remember that. The man is in level 400. We don't remember that. The man's name is Caleb, which reminds me of a radio personality. We don't remember that. But because the is in you connects with something that we're familiar with, we remember that. So the question I'm asking you is, every time that you introduce yourself, every time that you think about yourself, how far are you going to show your uniqueness? Or do you stop at the place where you feel comfortable with everybody else? Like, for example, I'm Ghanaian, let me hide here. Or I'm African, let me stay here. Or I'm black, let me stay here. Right? And when you go to that uniqueness, do you understand the benefit of it? Apioko, what are some of the benefits of being unique? You're a very unique individual.
You get noticed.
Okay, you get noticed. Why is that good?
Because people are always looking for something different. They always realize.
Okay, and that attracts value, and that attracts opportunity, and that opens doors where other people's doors are shut, right? Okay, what else is the benefit of being unique? Madam, in the red, on the wine.
Being unique, it sets you apart, and then it gives you some sort of confidence.
Okay.
Yes, so
Beautiful.
that's what being
So
unique.
confidence and sets you apart.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's one benefit of being unique. I've talked about a couple of benefits. I've talked about the fact that when somebody is unique, it gives the team or the group that you're in gravitas. It gives the community. It's a benefit to the community. I've also talked about the fact that it's a benefit to you as the individual by setting you apart. But it's not just about also identifying your uniqueness. It's also about your ability to identify other people's uniqueness, right? So I'll look in this room. Because of time, I'm not going to, I would have loved to go through an exercise with you. But because of time, I'm just going to show you how I usually do it in my mind, right? So I walk into a room and the first thing I'm looking at is, I see a lot of beautiful people. I see somebody with a red hair. She must be very daring. I want to know why and how. I see the person in front, she's the MC. Why did she pick this role? She must love to speak. Let me find out more about her. I see this gentleman very well poised, hand folded, feeling very confident, sitting in front. Now I know a lot of Ghanaians like to hide in the back. So why is he in the front? Is he a speaker or is he just one confident person that is really trying to learn? Okay, I see the lady also sitting in the second row. That's why I asked the question, right? But then I'm also looking at some people being shy. Why are they being shy, right? Why is that man not listening to me? So all these different combinations. By the way, you're not going to talk to everybody, but each one that you see a unique thing about, you would want to get to know more about.
Hello,
And that's
hello.
where relationships start.
Good morning.
It is important to embrace our uniqueness.
Good morning,
and
everybody.
It's important to embrace the uniqueness of others.
You all look
because
wonderful
that is
this
where real
morning.
insight
You look amazing. Give it up for yourselves. Because of all the places you could be this morning, you decided to be at Yota House Saturday, 4th of October 2025. And I must say that you're coming as you are, but you're not leaving the same. Do you believe that? No, you don't sound like you believe that. I'm going to start again. So, upon all the places that you could have been today, you decided to be at Project U conference. And I'm saying that you're coming here as you are, but do you believe that you're not leaving the same? Great, great. Now you sound like it. Nice. Give it up for yourselves again. Well, we're going to start. We are far behind time, so we're going to start. But before that, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Daphne Flashley, and I'm no stranger to the microphone. So I'm going to, work hand in hand with you today. I'm not just going to be your MC. I'm going to be your friend. I'm going to be your bestie. We're going to have an interacting time. But before that, I just want to have a little chit-chat with you. So are you ready? Yeah, when you're at Project U conference, it's all about you being unique, and it's all about you being confidence. So we're going to interact for a bit, okay? Is that fine? I want to find out why you decided to be here today, and I'm not going to wait for you to raise your hands. I'll come to you. Exactly. All right, so I'm going to start with you. Your smile is so pretty. Hi. Mention your name, please. Introduce yourself, and then why you decided to be here today.
Hi, good morning. My name is Letitia Enyenam Satakla, the founder and creative director of the SEAL Initiative. So I'm actually honored to be one of the speakers for today. But I'm actually very thrilled because I can see Botsuma sitting right beside me. And I'm here to learn as well. I mean, we are never too young to learn, so I'm here to be inspired and to learn a lot. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Give it up for Letitia. Yes. Let me come to, hello, pretty. How are you? Okay. Please introduce yourself and why you decided to be here today.
My name is Naki, and I'm an image and lifestyle consultant. So I'm at Project U Conference 2025 because I believe that a lot can be learned, a lot can be taught, and of course, sharing space with people is always a pleasure. So that's why I'm here today.
Let me come to you. You see, you're wearing the color pink, so it's very easy for me to catch you. Yes. Let's do this. Your name and why you decided to be here.
Okay, I go by the name Emmanuel Olate. I'm part of the sign language interpreting team that we are going to render service here. Thank you.
Please give it up for Emmanuel, because he's part of the sign language team. I think is going to help a lot of people. Yeah. For those of you who won't be able to join us today, remember that we are streaming live on MX24 TV. And so wherever you find yourself, not to worry, MX24 online, MX24 on air, Project U Conference is coming to you. Also on all the Project U Conference pages. And so, yes, just join and then let's get talking and then let's get teaching. Well, today promises to be nothing but excitement. And it promises to be amazing. I say this because if you're here, just see yourself as clay. And different speakers are going to help you mold yourself, mold you into something that you really, really want, something exciting and something unique. I like the U factor in Project U because sometimes people tend to forget the reason why God created them on earth. People tend to forget their power. People tend to forget their uniqueness. They always want to be like people. And I've been there before. And until I got to understand the kind of person I am, the resilience I have, the power I have, why God made me, I was stuck for a very, very long time. till I came out of my shell and said, there's a reason why God created Daphne Flashley, so I'm going to be Daphne Flashley. So today, I'm telling you, in fact, if you go and you're still the same, I live at Conti 18 Lashibi, house number C20. Come and find me. Bring military. Or my workplace is just here, MX24 TV. Come and find me. I promise you that you're not leaving the same. Well, we're moving straight into the first itinerary for today, and we're going to go straight into the first speaker, okay? Now, the first speaker, okay, is, let me tell you something about this first speaker. We were all sitting our somewhere. Our somewhere. See this woman who came on X. You're looking at me. Came to spark some conversation that we didn't even understand where it was coming from. Where did you sleep that you woke up and you chose violence? But violence in a good way. Because these are the conversations that are supposed to be had every single day. And people are using such platforms to play. But I'm glad that this woman came and said that I'm not just using this platform to preach. I'm just not using this platform to preach being unique. I'm going to use this platform to preach things that are on my heart. So ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let's welcome on stage Miss Boatma Redu. Oh, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Keep clapping.
Thank you so much. Good morning once again to everybody. My name is Boatma, as she said. I call myself a student of life because I never stop learning. Life has taught me a lot. I'm an entrepreneur. I am an advocate for youth empowerment. It's my dream to see the youth not complain about work anymore and utilize the possibilities they have inside them and the opportunities they see around. Okay, I'm not going to bore you so much. With all the things I do, what I love doing the most is content creation, okay? And it's not just because I love to talk, even though I do. It gives me an opportunity to interact with people. What I'm doing right now, I can just get up one morning and start doing it online. It makes life very easy for me. So today I'm here to talk to you about how to design a meaningful life beyond AI. Okay, how many of you love money? Okay, this is very fair. Okay, so last month I made about $1,000 on TikTok. And yes, someone said, hey, I like that. That's why I'm here. So if I'm talking to you about money and it's $1,000, how much is that in Ghana cedis? Let's say if it's 12,000, imagine it's 13, but let's say it's 12, because you never know this dollar thing. Because when we're taking the money off the page, you know, they deduct and all that. So let's say 12,000. If I should do whatever I did for the next 12 months, that's about 144, right? So with this knowledge, how many of you would want to become content creators? Show by hands. Okay, please, the next slide. Okay, so I got this from Jim Rohn, my mentor. He says that when you motivate a fool, the fool becomes a motivated fool. With no knowledge on content creation, everybody was inspired, everybody was fired. They want to become what? Content creators, because of the money, right? Are we here? So just because of the money, we put money first and everybody was gingered. Everyone wants the money, but unfortunately, we don't need money first. Can we, please? All right, so what we need is knowledge. Knowledge comes first, because if I tell you some of the do's and the don'ts on content creation, you know, they say that, I think Obama said it, that if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. And you will soon realize that what you don't know will destroy you. To become a lawyer, you have to go to school for so many years. To become a doctor, you have to do the same. Me being a fashion designer, I'm a trained fashion designer. I didn't mention that before. And I went to school. It's not easy. I'm an excellent student of Joyce Abebu. And yes, it wasn't easy, I'll tell you. Sometimes you think, oh, so what you try, no one to know, then you just so. But that's not how it is. You have to learn everything. Now, with this knowledge, if you don't get to know the do's and the don'ts, please, the next one, you can end up like this. I hope you all know this guy. We are not mocking him. We're just, if you're not lucky in life, we might use you for an example. And I hope it will be a good one. Somebody woke up one day because, of course, TikTok pays. So people get, a very good phone. Sometimes it's not even a good phone. They get data. They come and sit online and say whatever they want. And this is an unfortunate event that happened. Someone woke up one morning, insulted Otunfo, and showed his location online, put everything out there, and said nobody can do anything to him. The next day, he was beaten, and unfortunately for him, he died the following morning. So what you don't know can destroy you if you don't learn the do's and the don'ts. You don't just get inspired because somebody is doing it and they're making money. You need to learn. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, so already we know that consequences, whether you're aware or not, can have an effect on you. So this is the algorithm. I call this the status quo. Before the society was controlling us. It's more like people were expecting you to marry at a particular age. People are telling you what to do. Now is a subtle thing that's going on. They don't tell you. You see it online and you're pressured. You see it online and you want to be like. The algorithm effect. What you're liking, what you're sharing, what you're feeding on, everything. What you're doing is you're telling the computer or the phone what you want, and it's responding. I heard someone say, Facebook, and it's there. We are the product, you and I. If I do anything there, I am a product of TikTok because I stay there a lot. So I am a product. You that comes there to watch me, you're a product also. You're spending the same amount of data to consume. I'm doing the same, so we are the same. Don't think that other people are wasting time and you are not. You are also doing the same. We are all the same. So now what you're watching, what you're sharing, everything, you're feeding the algorithm, we know that. The lesson here is that you are in control, okay? So what you keep looking at, you become. You feed yourself with good stuff, educational stuff, you're becoming educated. You feed yourself with silly stuff, you're becoming silly. Please, the next slide. So AI, I call it, I know you call it the artificial intelligence, but I call it the aiding instrument, okay? It's an aiding instrument. Don't let it lead you. Don't let it live life for you. You have to control it. You have to tell it what you want. In this world now, everybody is saying what is taking over our industries, our careers, da. See, you can use AI to better whatever you're doing, but if I come to you and you're a horrible person, I wouldn't bring my work to you again. If you don't know how to communicate properly, unfortunately, nobody is going to, deal with you anymore. So when it comes to AI, yes, it's there. We are using it. We're using ChatGPT to organize our thoughts and everything, but the thoughts are coming from you. If you're not learning, you're not doing the necessary things. Unfortunately, you open your mouth, you have nothing to say. Imagine the screen just goes off, and I forget everything I'm going to share. Imagine, and this can happen to anybody, you know. So know exactly what you want in life. Don't be lazy in learning. Get skills. Soft skills are very important. As you're learning the hard skills, you're learning how to talk and everything. Learn to be a nice person. Learn to communicate well. Learn to live among people's lives. Learn to impact. Okay? Learn all these things. Get the necessary skills and be authentic. Don't fake. They say fake it till you make it. Until when? To what end? We all see what's happening on social media every day. I stay there a lot, so I see a lot. And by the time you realize that somebody is using a green screen, you will love your house, your home, because you are there thinking you're not all that, but you are. Okay, start small, it's okay. Please, the next slide. All right, so these are the pressures of life now. Everybody wants to be liked, they want to be loved. So you think your importance is in the number of likes that you get, the number of people that have subscribed to your YouTube and everything. But trust me, it goes beyond that. What we are doing here is more meaningful. Have real people in your life, make an impact, learn from people. Like for me, I look up to Nina, and sometimes when I tell her, she thinks I'm lying. But you see, all of us want to look up to people like the despots. It's not too far. There are people around us that we tap from, okay? Let's connect. This is more meaningful. Before Despite got there, he was like us. So let's build the bond here. It's more important. Please, the next slide. All right. So if you want to live a meaningful life, you have to discover yourself first. I think this is something that is not so new to Project U Conference. Everybody knows this, but I'm going to remind you to discover yourselves. First of all, you ask yourself the first question, who you are. This is your identity, okay? Unique, it sets you apart. You don't do what people are doing. Other people are going a certain path, that's not for you. So you don't try to do what people are doing. Our parents used to dictate, oh, do this. My parents told me to do science. I knew I was an art student. I rebelled. Maybe your story might not be like mine. Yes, so your potential, what are you here for? Please go back. Yes, your potential. What's your value? What value do you have to give the world? You need to find out this. Your purpose, that's the third one, your purpose. This gives you a sense of reason why you're here. Why am I coming here today? Because, of course, if not for anybody, I know Stephanie. Stephanie is here to listen, and I'm happy I made one impact. Oh, how cool. What can you see in life? What can you see? If you're doing business or whatever, where do you see it going? Where do you see yourself going in life? Who do you see yourself becoming? This is a vision. This gives you a sense of direction, okay? So you don't do just any trend that is on TikTok, teleporter, you hop on. You know you want to become a presidential candidate in future. You can't just hop on every trend. My boyfriend said, you can't join that. Then to scatter them. You can't do that because the internet never forgets. Remember that. This helps you in decision making. It helps you to guide your reputation so well, very early in life. It helps to lead your life, and holds you accountable without anybody checking you. Please, the next slide. Thank you. This is the power of you. There are people doing it so well on the internet, and I just thought we could look at them and appreciate and learn from them. They came online, they knew exactly what they wanted. If you think of Wodemaya, it's all about traveling. He's doing it so well, he's making an impact. People can look up to him and live that life. He's not there insulting people. He's not there, doing unnecessary stuff. And this is Chef Abby. Chef Abby is so cool. She just came there to cook, and she's doing it amazingly well. And this is the CEO of TikTok. She got the opportunity to meet. And this can be, any of us. It's possible. Those at home, I hope you're watching. Please, let's move to the next one. Okay, so I decided to give you this little note. It says that a meaningful life is designed by choices, okay? You are in charge of your choices. Don't say someone influenced me. That's why you have something inside your head. Think for yourself, okay? Don't let someone pressure you. You have a brain. Use it. Please. A meaningful life is designed by choices, directed by values, and sustained by vision. Next slide. Okay, so I'm leaving you with these 5 ways to live in a meaningful life, and the first one is the power of choice. We already spoke about choices. Every choice has a ripple effect. Nothing is neutral. It's either builds or breaks. Don't say, oh, I didn't know. It will definitely have an effect on you. Okay, so the earlier you know yourself first, the better. That is why we did self-discovery, know who you are. So when someone is pushing you into doing anything, you tell them, no, this is not for me. Someone told me to sell kaya mata. I said, no, the kind of things I do online, I cannot do that. Oh, what, there's so much money. I said, no. Remember the first thing, money is not supposed to be the motivation. You need to know who you are before you go into it. My future money is plenty. I can't waste it for today. The future is great. You understand? Please. Small decisions today are going to definitely come back to hurt you, okay? As little as it is. Number 2 is your core values. Core values should be your inner compass. Without them, life feels like wandering without a map. You don't know what you want to do. So now, principles and standards keep you grounded when life pressures try to sway you. Okay? Have some principles and stand by them. Things you will never compromise. This is how you choose partners. This is how you choose business partners. This is how you choose your boyfriends. This is how you choose friends around you. Sometimes I wonder when people say, oh, I met this guy and then he did this to me. The second guy would do the same thing. Third guy would do that. You are blaming who? Blame yourself because you don't know who you are. This is why you walk around and you pick just anybody to walk with. Okay? We can't be blaming people for the same things that keeps happening to us. And be careful with the mentors you choose also. Not everyone is supposed to listen to. Please, the third one. We're almost done. Critical life decisions. If you're not careful to make these decisions, they can unmake you. Okay? If you're choosing a life partner, I already said that. So your relationships, your marriage is very, very crucial. Okay, you have to choose not based on surface attraction. Choose alignment in values and direction, where you're going in life. Make sure people are going the same way before you let them come into your life, come into your personal space. Now, the career and business partnership, I already mentioned that. You have to think about this. Trust first. Beyond the money, beyond the cookie, make sure that the person is trustworthy. The person, they have principles just like you do, and they share the same vision, okay? Friendship, your circle of friends should reflect on who you want to become in the future, okay? Please, the next slide. Number 4 is your vision and your standards, where you're going in life. We already mentioned that the vision sets the destination, where you're going. It gives you a clear path, okay? And then your standards are your boundaries. Because I told my friend, no, I'm not doing the kaya mata business thing. You understand? Because I know myself. I set the standard. Please, no. This is me. You can't bring that to me. Let them know that. Now, if you want to become a future lawyer, I already mentioned that, a politician, you can't play any game at an early age. Most of you, because you don't find yourselves early, you play around too much, and later things comes to hurt you and you be complaining. Remember, whether you are aware or not, this is going to hurt you. Number 5, please. Living life intentionally. Please be intentional about everything, every decision, every move. Even me, when I'm walking, I'm intentional. And if I'm wearing heels, I know how to behave. I'm intentional about it. Wherever I'm going, I'm so intentional. It's not funny. So conscious Okay, this makes you very conscious. Life is not performance, no. It's living, not pretending, but aligning daily actions with values and vision. Remember this. Remember who you are all the time. You put yourself to check, okay? Always ask yourself, is this decision in line with who I want to become? Please be mindful of that. And yes, my name is Watima Redu. I'm here to tell you that you are the author of your life. Please write wisely. Okay? Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. That was a good one. If anything at all, if I didn't hear anything at all, it's live life intentionally. And I think even though it's just one sentence or a statement, it's very, very, very important, living life intentionally, because you really don't know what's going to catch up with you in the near future. Sometimes you think, oh, I'm young, I can do this, or I can do whatever I want, and when I grow, it's going to sort itself out. No, it's going to come back to you and bite you, and so you need to live life intentionally. Well, we're moving on to the next speaker, but before that, I'd like us to touch on the theme of this year's Project Youth Conference 2025. And I love the theme a lot. It's Beyond Boundaries, Unlock New Possibilities, the Power of You. Beyond Boundaries, Unlock New Possibilities, the Power of You. I'm going to come to you again, because I like being very, very, very interactive. And I'm sure that before you signed up to be at Project Youth Conference, you saw the theme for this year. And I'd like to ask you, what do you think about it? Beyond Boundaries, Unlock New Possibilities, the Power of You. I'm looking at you, I'll come to you. Yes.
I think it's like a relate to. I believe in not losing yourself a lot of times. I believe we are beyond what people expect us to be, and it's very important to including yourself at all times. Follow what you're passionate about, and don't think you have to conform to societal standards. And so yes, that's it.
I like that. What about you? This year's theme.
Beyond boundaries is something that is very personal. You cannot wake up one morning just like
what I said and expect to be where you want to be. It's the totality of everything you've done that's taking you to where you are. And so I am here present, not just because I can teach something, but because I can learn something.
Okay, so I can see you all were very, very prepared. Yes, you're very, very prepared. We're moving on to the next speaker. I'd like to give you a little background about our next speaker. Now, our next speaker is a dynamic professional driven by a passion of leadership, okay? And she is the Assistant Technical Service Manager at the YEA Job Center in Greater Accra region. And I know that this speaker has something heavy for us. No, because the way she's been smiling since I said my answer, it's like it's boiling. So it's boiling. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let's give it up for the next speaker, Letitia and Sextactile. Give it up, give it up.
It is tired of all my gibberish, and I don't know how many of you do that. I would speak, though I've done this several times, but I almost always still have to rehearse with my mirror. And It's just to create an atmosphere for myself. I trust. I got to the room and I forgot. I wanted to start with a very powerful quote from Confucius. I got here and I don't remember. I forgot. I only remember that it's from Confucius, but I don't know what else it's saying. So probably my slide is going to go. How are we all doing? So my name is Letitia and I am the CEO and founder of the SEAL Initiative. A little bit of background of the SEAL Initiative. I always wanted to become a clinical psychologist after university. In fact, with a touch of forensic science or criminology. See how heavy that sounds? Exactly. So after uni, I realized that it's quite different when you want to have such a mission. Hello, okay. So I realized that at uni, it is quite different from what you think. You will not be able to just wake up and, decide I want to become a clinical psychologist. It's so different. So I applied to the university outside the country, Keele University to be precise, and I got admitted, but it was part payment. I was expected to raise 12,000 cedis, no, 12,000 pounds. Where am I going to get that from? And this is not a great story. I think we've heard that countless times. Everybody tells you they watched 22,000 plays, 10,000 plays, sold cassettes, so we are over it. I didn't come. Father did care of me. I was from a very supportive home. I went to very good schools. And so it's not a great story, but rather a progressive story, which is an aspect of life that a lot of people do not get to talk about. How things continue, because at a point, your parents will not be able to step in and take charge. Okay. So then I was like, okay, if I cannot become a clinical psychologist now, let me go to where the money is, because I need to take care of myself. So I then ventured into administration, human resource, and all that. Get a master's, put yourself together, something to give you a career to, start life. Yes, because it will not have the clinical not yet. Then I was like, okay, so we did the masters, we did other courses here and there okay, I cannot become the clinical psychologist. What then can I become? I can become an advocate in mental health. So let's do that. That birthed the SEAL Initiative. It's simply a mental health organization, an NGO that wants to create awareness out there that mental health issues are as real as it can be. So that is where my journey started. If I can have my slides, please. Okay, so while we wait for my slides to be mounted, all right. So yeah, my assistant decided to do all this plenty dramatic things. I'm speaking on the topic from potential to power, mastering self-leadership for future human development. And the key components of this topic would be self-leadership and human development. Every single thing I am going to speak about today will touch on an aspect of our life, our mental health, and our general well-being. And you will get to understand that in everything that you do, especially when Boatima said you need to be very intentional, you need to be cognitively intentional before you can even implement that. Everything has a touch of your mental. You eat, when you sleep, when you wake up, when you speak. So it is a part of our lives that most of us ignore. But today, I hope that when you leave here, you will actually embrace that part of you, that you need to also prioritize your mental health in all aspects of your life. So we've spoken briefly about the SEAL Initiative. The next slide, please. I've spoken briefly about how the SEAL Initiative came to being. And our vision and our mission is very, very simple. So we can move on from there. Now, that's the Confucius quote that I forgot. Now I can see, so I'll be able to speak to it. It says, He who conquers himself is the mightiest warrior. So this now boils down to the self-leadership aspect of this topic that I was given and what I'm going to speak to. We live in a world of constant change, trust, and opportunities. Okay, every day there is something that is happening. It is a dynamic change. Okay, you need to adjust, you need to adapt, you need to modify yourself, and you need to be able to move with the flow, to be left behind. And a lot of stresses, because as and when you move, as and when you talk, as and when you try to adapt, it is stressful to do that. You wake up in the morning and you are asking yourself, what is the next thing? What are you going to do to make yourself better? How are you going to cope? They are all stresses that comes from your brain or through to your body. And as well as it comes with opportunities, because you are looking at the opportunities that these things comes with, okay? So one of the motivating factors or the opportunities that we are looking at is money. But myself, we shouldn't look at the money. Like the money is actually the driving force in our country right now. Without money, trust me, it's very difficult to. It is not the motivation. It is a very important motivation. I said that we are looking at networking opportunities, the kind of network you build around you. These are opportunities. And we have also limited ourselves to a very small environment of work. You work the 5 to 6 or the 5 to the 9 to 5. That structure, okay, but aside that, what is beyond this way, you need to have soft skills, you have other abilities that can sustain you. So these are all the opportunities that we need to look at. My next slide, please. Okay, so the power of you is a very essential touch, a small thing that Nana added to her theme this year, and it is very significant that we shouldn't ignore. The power of you lies in your ability to adjust and still remain true to yourself. Authenticity. Authenticity is very, very key. So hence you need to be, there's a need for self-leadership and its impact on the future human development. Please, minus. In all this, that is the importance of the topic, and everything I'm going to say again will touch on our habits, our discipline, our knowledge, principles, self-care, potential, growth, emotions, and human development. And the major umbrella that carries a self-leadership. So you being a self-leader, before you'll be able to do other things, or before you'll be able to lead, you need to be your own leader. Now I have a question. I like to be very engaging when I'm speaking. I don't know if I'll be able to move. Can I move? All right, thank you. Amazing. So my first question is, how many of you have challenged the status quo and has challenged authority? You think you can do it better? Fatima, do you think you can do, have you ever told yourself that I think I can do this better than how it's been done? You have. How did this happen? Like, just a brief something. At what point did you challenge yourself like that?
I think, you know, there's this thing that they always tell us as a woman, you have to stay until somebody comes to marry you. And I come from that background where, you know, the Christian background.
Should we go back to our stations? Okay.
Yeah, so I think in my family, I'm the only one that left home, and I'm doing it. I mean, everybody thought it's impossible. Maybe, you know, there are people who pray on you. I don't think nobody's. I'm doing okay. And I know my sister is proud. Look, I'm doing it. And I'm doing it so well. If you ask me if we can do it better, so well.
Amazing. Give it up for her. So this is how we challenge ourselves, and that is an innate ability that a lot of us need to actually adapt. You feel you are in a position that you can do things better, but before you should be able to do things better than what is being done currently, you need to be self-led. You need to lead yourself, and that is just a vision, a part of what she just described. The status or the standard has been set. What can you do differently, or what are you going to do differently? And that is the difference. So you need to lead yourself. And this also gives me the acronym of the SELF that I want you all to keep in mind. The S stands for strength, the E stands for empowerment, the L stands for leadership, and the F stands for fulfillment. If you take a closer look at it and you write it down somewhere, it flows through your strength. When you have strength or you have resilience, you are able to empower yourself. When you empower yourself, you are able to what? Lead yourself. Leadership. When you lead yourself, you're able to fulfill. That is self, you, the power of you. I will ask this acronym again before we finish my presentation. Please, my next slide. The next one after this. So the power of self-leadership, I've defined it to be taking responsibility of your actions, thoughts, and growth. So you need to be able to take responsibilities of your actions, what you do, how you go about it, your thoughts, the mind, and your growth, the progression. You remember I said that the grace to grass story is something that we've heard several times. Now the progression, nobody talks about the progress, how it is going, what they started with. I've been with people in school that I have, helped several times, and they have left me behind, okay? And everybody has so much opportunity, expectations of me. Letitia, you need to be here at a certain point. You need to have been here at a certain point. But this is me here. I always envision to travel out and go and study, but I've not had the opportunity to get there. But it also doesn't mean that I have not done very well for myself. So that is the progress. Okay, it starts from somewhere, how you build it up yourself, and it all stems from your inner self-leadership. Okay, so it is also about being accountable. Watma has already explained that. Making intentional choices. Then steering your life instead of letting circumstances steer you. Then harnessing and mastering your potential. We all have various skills and abilities that we need to work with, okay? So these are some of the things that we need to actually harness. And the result is you then tend to master your potential. So listen, if you could see the potential within you, it would amaze you to see all that you are capable of being. My next slide, please. Now, mental wellness and self-leadership. A leader who is not well mentally cannot sustain impact. Mental health is not optional, it's actually a leadership's fuel. And this goes on and on to say that mental wellness is equal to emotions, feelings, and behavior. How we feel, our emotion that is used, and the behaviors that we exhibit are very crucial in our day-to-day activities. Please, my next slide. Now, my self-leadership personally is centered on 3 pillars: self-awareness, resilience, and emotional intelligence. Now, I'm going to explain this in the next slide. Self-awareness basically is being aware of who you are, know thyself. It's an aspect of self-identity that Fatima talked about. I'm referencing her because she captured on very critical aspects. So repeating that will just be like I'm saying the things over and over again. So know who you are. My next slide, please. Know who you are, know what you stand for, know how you carry yourself, know your potentials, your weakness, your triggers, and everything else about you. You are very self-aware. You are intentional about your whole being. Then resilience, your ability to tolerate, to stand, to endure. And a lot of times when I'm talking about resilience, people get to ask me why, if you become resilient for a very long time, it means that you end up becoming stone cold. That is not it. It's also a part of you that gets to learn an aspect of yourself that you are not only tolerating, you are also learning and maneuvering your ways around to capitalize on the opportunities that your failures, your struggles, your pains, and everything has brought together to make you a better person. So you are not resilient to be stone cold and reserved, you are actually resilient to make greater impact. So that is the kind of resilience we are talking about. Now the last aspect is emotional intelligence, which is very, very, very crucial and important in the life or in the days that we are in right now. Knowing how to talk, knowing how to think, knowing the things to say, knowing how to say it goes a long way. And these are skills that you need to master as every growing young adult. The next slide, please. Okay, so I think I've already self-explained, so we can move on from all these. I've explained that as well. The resilient bit, I have that as well. So as a self-leader, or to actually harness your self-leadership, you need to have your emotional intelligence, you need to be self-aware, and you also need to be very resilient. And this is what is called the balanced leadership. So the 3 pillars in your life play a very significant role on making you who you want to become in the near future or even in the now. Next slide, please. Everybody has a journey, okay? Personally, these are how my journey has been, and I am always motivated. At the end of these 3, when I'm self-aware, when I'm emotionally intelligent, when I'm resilient, at the end of the day, it is the motivating factor for me to keep going. What motivates me? Finding my drive and my purpose to lead. Not stopping at nothing, not settling for less. The ability to always keep growing, keep thriving, till I achieve exactly what I intend to achieve. And that is my fuel on a daily basis. And I think it's the fuel, or I know it is the fuel of every young woman here and every growing adult, every human being here as well. You need to have your fuel, your motivation. The next slide, please. Now, I cannot be a mental health advocate without leaving you with practical habits. The first on my list is daily reflection, journaling for 5 minutes. If you're here and you don't have a journal, please, after the session, see me for one. It is very, very important. Yes, I know we have the ones on our phones, but you see, gone were the days when we were children, you always have a diary. You cannot take the fun out of it. Yeah, you can never, ever take the fun out of it. You see, when you're writing your love stories and how you feel in a moment and all that, yes, that, it gives you a different feeling. It's so unique. So the phone does not give that feeling. It doesn't, but when you take a pen and a paper, oh my God, you will love it. And it's like you're talking to someone that is somewhere. You know that it's in the book somewhere. You've created a persona. That is it. You've created a whole persona in the diary. And it's at the end of the day when you close that diary, you will feel relaxed. So please, get a journal. Just 5 minutes. That's all you need. And it goes a long way. So that's the first practical habit I want you to do. The second one is mindful check-in and regular self-constructive feedback. I'm very bad at taking feedbacks. I don't know why. I don't know why. And so I've started doing a lot of self-assessments, and I realized that it is because I have grown up independently for a very long time, and I've learned a lot of things by myself. So when you are giving me feedback, I become defensive. It's not like I don't take it. I try to justify why I did it this way. I don't know if it's the same for anybody here, but it's not like I don't listen. I will listen. So when I go back, when I leave you, then I'll go to my room. Okay, she said that Kalira said this and that. It's good, let me now take it. That's when I'll come and take it. Then I'll come back to you and tell you that, oh, what you said, I'm going to process it. But that moment when you're saying it, I will not, it's going, yeah, it's a defensive mechanism. It's a bad habit, but feedbacks are very good. It keeps you on your toes, okay? So you also need to do that mindful checking, introspections. Go back into your mind, go back to assess yourself, what you did wrong, what you did right, how you can improve, how you can manage the things, and it goes a long way. So the next one, please. Build boundaries for mental wellness. A very important aspect. Build boundaries. Don't care about who is around you, what is around you. Build a boundary for your own peace of mind. Just build it. Don't allow people to have too much access to you. It doesn't mean you are not nice. You are building your own for your own mental health sake. Carry yourself in such a way that when someone approaches you, the person knows what he or she is coming to speak to you. Hi, Kalira. Hi, sweetheart. My name is this, my name is that. If you give so much access, you have a lot of people saying so many things about you that are not even true. Build that boundary. Build a certain wall. It's different from being rude. It's different from being, it's so different. Boundary just means that you are just protecting yourself. You are just protecting yourself. From all the craziness in this world, you need some boundary around you. The next one. I'm sorry, I'm going to go through the last one quite quickly because I think I have less than 5 minutes to go. Go back to my slide, please. Good, the practicing habits. Okay, so active listening, then identify your emotional triggers, then also set specific goals and personal reflections, developing social skills and effective communication, which are the soft skills you need to learn, and most importantly, prioritize self-care and mental wellness. Take care of yourself. Take care of it, even if it means bathing 2 times. It's part of the self-care. Take care of yourself. It helps you. So now let's talk about the future human development, and then we'll wrap up quickly. Hello. My next slide, please. The future human development. So the future human development on its own has a whole psychological process to it. If I'm to take you through, we will not finish today. So let me just run through quickly. What is human development? The growth of people in knowledge, skills, creativity, and well-being is how we develop. Simple. How the skills we learn, the knowledge we acquire, the creativity aspect, and our well-being. That is just it. That is just human development for you. So it goes further to say that human development is about unlocking potential in people. It is not just economic growth. It is the well-being, adaptability, and empowerment of people. My next slide, please. Okay, so now the past and present versus the future. We are going to do just a simple comparison. Formerly, to be considered as a successful person, in the past, success is equal to your degrees plus your career ladder. We've all gone through it. When you are being seen as a successful person, it simply means that you have passed your exams and you have a good career path. That is success. But now it has changed. Let's look at it now. Please, we've gone back. I'll be wrapping up soon. Please, can we go back? Yes, no. Thank you. Now the present success now is adaptability, hybrid work, mental health awareness. So you need to be adaptable because the world is changing. AI is near you. How are you adapting to AI? Now, hybrid work. You can be working from home. You can be working at the office. You can be working remotely. You need to be present. These are the hybrid works that we are talking about. Now, if you are not mentally safe, sound, okay, you cannot produce results. Now, in present times, that is it. In future, success will become a lifelong learners with resilience and empathy. So now it has encompassed everything into one. So that is what the future is. So a time is coming. If you are not seeing in a certain light, you cannot even speak to certain things because you don't know. So you need to adapt. You need to start learning fast. Okay. So my next slide. Self-leadership as a foundation. Now we are coming back to the one that is giving me some money, the human resource aspect. So without self-leadership, human development collapses, which is very, very basic. You need to know who you are, how you are leading yourself, before you can lead somebody else, before you can become a CEO, before you can become a career manager or any other field that you find yourself. So the future requires individuals who can lead themselves first. You cannot be part of human progress if you are not managing your own growth. I hope it's self-explanatory though. All right. Please, let's move on. Now, the future skills you need to have: adaptability, digital literacy, and EI. So digital literacy is all this computer aspect, the AI aspect, and everything that has been talking about. Adaptability, I've already mentioned that. Emotional intelligence is EI. Then you also need to be creative. Now, creativity is taking the faster space now. You realize that not everybody is really eyeing the doctors anymore, the lawyers anymore. Nobody is really eyeing them that much. I'm sorry, Kalira, we are eyeing you people, but it's not like very attractive like it used to be some years back. I'm no longer attracted to become a lawyer. You get it? But I'm now a little bit more attracted to become a content creator. You get it? And it's the word now for people. Yes. So, And then the last bit is ethical leadership. You need to be a very authentic leader. You need to know what you're worth. And I think a lot of schools are now introducing the doctorate course with an aspect of information technology, and the same with law. I think I've seen it in some courses outside the country, and just to create a balance, because that alone is questionable. You get. All right, so please let's move on. Now, in the future of work, please, if you find yourself in a corporate environment, burnout is very, very real. And as a leader, if you're going through burnout, you need to take a chill pill, because it's the realistic thing that you can ever go through, and it will cause you to actually not create the impact that you expect to create. Burnout simply means that you are stressed, you are fatigued, you are extremely not the self that you have. Like, your real self is just all over the place. So burnout is very real. And companies need to prioritize self-motivating drives, okay? They should go on treats, they should take their colleagues or their staff out. They should create an environment where staff can actually talk about how they are being harassed, who they can report to. They should create an aspect for them to be open, voice out, burnout rooms, take breaks within working hours, create an atmosphere where everybody will be comfortable enough to speak and to relax. This is what we expect our various organizations or our corporate worlds to be adapting. Now, the last slide or the last session, impact and call to action. The impact of self-leadership. Better leaders make better society. It's just that simple. When I'm a better leader and I lead myself well, I think I can be able to influence other aspects. But Mama mentioned that she is now doing a better job at what she used to do because of the background upbringing that she came out from. Now things are a lot better. She's doing so well. So, self-led people build strong families, teams, and nations, okay? If I'm challenging the status quo, I need to have something that I can give back as well. Okay, I think my last slide. Now, the stories of triumph. I referenced Oprah Winfrey and Nelson Mandela, and then tying that back to my story. We've heard the grace to grass stories, but now it's no longer grace to grass stories, and now progressive stories. And if you listen carefully to some of these people, they never gave up. They were very, very resilient. Oprah Winfrey suffered from a lot of childhood abuse, sexually and physically, and she created that atmosphere. She turned her life around from those moments. The same with Nelson Mandela, if you read the story. And it's the same with a lot of us that are sitting in this room. We all have stories. If I'm to go give the microphone to each and everyone here to share our story, we will not end today. We'll end up crying and we'll be hugging each other throughout the conference. So we all have our stories to tell. But that story should be your turning point. It should make you very resilient. Please. Okay, so let's move on to, I think I'm left with like 3 slides more. Hello? The next slide, please. Okay, my next slide. Oh, it's not moving. Okay, so while we wait for the next slide, so basically this is just it. History is filled with those who turn pain into purpose. Mandela's resilience, Oprah Winfrey's awareness, and all are products of self-leadership. I think the next one will just be a closing inspiration that actually I need you all to see. Okay. So there's a closing, if I could have my phone, there's a closing inspiration where I leave you with some take home that you all need to go and reflect on. The 3 practical takeaways. So I wanted you to see this for yourself. Your daily practice, okay? It is very important for me to at least just do them from time to time. So 1 is reframe challenges as opportunities, and 2 is lead with empathy, have some kind of love towards people, like share in their pain. It makes you a better leader. Okay, if you forget everything else today, remember these 3 practices. They're supposed to be 3. I don't know why they are 2 though. So they will carry you far. Reframe your challenges as opportunities and lead with empathy. Always show love, always show kindness, always be selfless, all the time. Thank you. No, last one. There's one more. Okay, so I leave you with a quote from Michael Marks. The future belongs to those who prepare for it today. Everything you are doing today is the genesis of your growth. And once again, my name is Letitia, and I'm Satekla. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much. Well, that was a powerful one. Very, very powerful. When it comes to journaling, let me tell you something. If journaling was an exam, I'll be taking extra sheets. Yes, because I see my journal as my boyfriend, my husband. It's true. I journal and say, well, and this one got me angry, and this, and by the end of the day, I know that I'm coming out calm. And one thing I like, and I think with you and you've both spoken about boundaries. This is to show how important boundaries is. Once upon a time, I was someone who always used to say yes because I wanted everybody to like me. And I was so drained. I remember one time I was going home from somewhere because I had said yes, and I was also drained the day before, and I said yes to someone, and I went all the way there and came back, and I had to park by the motorway because I was drained and I was tired. And I said, never again. Because if I keep saying yes, and something happens to me, the person is still going to be alive. So why do I keep doing this to myself? And this brings me back to when I didn't know the kind of power I had in myself. So for you to be here today at Project U conference, you are doing yourself, I don't know how to put it. It's the perfect place for you to be today. That's all I have to say. Yes, it's very, very important for you to know who you are. It's very important for you to know that you are unique, and it's very important for you to set boundaries. Because if you don't set boundaries, and human beings are human beings, all they know is take. They keep taking. You are not Jesus. You are not Jesus. You can't be Jesus. You're a fellow human being and you're created. So you just need to always have boundaries so that at the end of the day, you're not drained. Because there are so many people who have actually lost their ways because they didn't have boundaries. Did I do well? Oh, give it up for me. Oh, nice. Nana, you should add me to the speakers. Eh? Well, we're going to have a break from here, so we're going to have a short break. We're going to network, eat something, then we'll come back for the second session. Thank you so much. so we can proceed with the event. Okay, so we have a couple of events that the speakers have for us, and so we are going to quickly go through it. I think that they weren't able to mention it, but we're going to go through it. So Baba has an event coming up, and we would like to go through it and let you know the events that is coming up. So let's do that at the moment. Okay, so this is Boame. So Boame Youth Empowerment is a grassroots non-profit organization based in Accra, Ghana, committed to unlocking the potential of young people through mentorship, skills training, and educational support. Founded by Boatma Redu, affectionately known as Mama Boat, the organization was born from her personal experience and a deep commitment to breaking cycles of poverty and wasted talent in under-resourced communities. Now, Boame Youth Empowerment focuses on equipping youth and practical skills in fashion, digital technology, photography, culinary arts, content creation, and many more, while also providing leadership development, life coaching, and access to digital tools through schools, partnerships, community programs, and social media outreach. Boame fosters a generation of confident, capable, and visionary young leaders. And so this is an NGO by Boatma Redu. Now, this is the vision of Boame, okay? Number one is to create a Ghana where no child is held back by poverty, where creativity is nurtured, potential is realized, and every young person is empowered to lead, innovate, and thrive. And then the mission is to empower young people, especially in under-resourced communities like Taifa, with the knowledge, mindset, skills, and tools necessary to rise above limitations and create meaningful futures. Now, Boame in the Ghanaian parlance means help me or support me, but to us, it means much more. It is not just a call for aid, it's an innovation, or it's an invitation to stand together, to empower and to uplift, to reflect our belief that one person is supported, an entire community can rise. At Boame Youth Empowerment, help me is not about dependency, it's about opportunity, mentorship, and empowerment. It's about giving young people the tools, the skills, and the confidence to say, support me today so I can support others tomorrow. Boame, help me, help us, help Ghana. Yes. Help me, help us, help Ghana. So that is the NGO by Boatma Redu. And so you need to sign in there. How do people sign in? How do people join? And are you taking donations? You're very much taking donations. We don't mind the color of the notes. Bring it. Yeah, we're moving on. We're going to look at the next NGO. Yes. Nice. So this is the SEAL initiative, and this event is going to happen on the 11th of October 2025. So it's all ladies brunch, the wellness circle. I think this is nice. You know, you're not just coming to dress. You're not just coming to, Your Highness, can I get some tea? Is my British accent, you know? It's on point, isn't it? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, so it's going to happen at the Scenic Restaurant and Cafe Jowulu, okay? And this is a wellness session, so it's about mental health. We all know that next week is going to be about mental health, so we want to be there for you, and we want to do something very, very different. You know, mental health is not all about crying. The tissue will come. Will you share tissue? You won't share because we don't want to cry. Bring one for me. There's a lot on my chest. Yes. So the side attraction is mental health perception games, DIY stress balls making, and self-affirmation pledges, chocolate tasting. That is very, very nice. Okay. So you can call this number 020 1755-298, 020-1755-298. And for any information, for any inquiries, you can call Ekia on 020-1755-298. Remember, it's happening on the Saturday, 11th October 2025. You have 1 week to prepare your tea dress, your Christmas dress. You have 1 week. Well, thank you very much. Now, we're moving on to the next session of the show. And this person is a young Ghanaian lawyer and social entrepreneur dedicated to driving positive change and empowering communities. Now, despite her physical challenge, her resilience and determination have fueled her passion for creating impact with a strong academic background in political science, sociology, and law. Hi, law sister. Me and you. You are not stubborn. Me, I dropped out. So you are continuing for us. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let's give it up for Josephine Kalira Talongo.
Hi. All right, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Josephine Kalira Talongo. I prefer to be called Kalira. It's my local name, and I think I embody its meaning, which means the strength of a woman. I'm very excited to be here today. I'm usually always looking for a way to learn something new, and I believe here today, before I leave the stage, I'm going to learn something new and possibly teach everyone else something new. I'm most excited about this event put together by the amazing team and the theme Beyond Possibilities. Let me tell you a bit about myself. So I'm a young lawyer. I don't like to make my entire life about being a lawyer. I do other things. I'm multifaceted. I create content. I love the beauty space. I love giving back to society, and that's led me to forming the Warm Hearts organization, which is very focused on child and youth development. We recently embarked on our project in the Volta region where we gave 326 kids stationery to support their education for the rest of the term. And so that's a little bit about me for now. My practice area in the legal space is intellectual property, real estate law, and in recent times, legal tech. So I'll just get into the business for today. And so when I was thinking about the topic for today, I couldn't help but think about how AI has been around for so long a time, dating back to 1956. And the only difference we have today is the fact that it's more accessible to everyone. All you need is it's a smart gadget and a good source of internet. And that is going to give you everything there is AI has to offer you. Today, my topic or my goal here is to speak to you about, or to take us beyond the algorithm. We're going to be looking at thinking or critical thinking, right? And then where my personal success has met my business reality as a lawyer, and also we'll talk about how law shapes our decisions in employing the use of AI. But before we get into it, I'd like for you to imagine this, that there's a company. The company is looking forward to recruiting staff or people, and there's a brand new AI There's a brand new AI tool that the company is employing to use to get its employment done. And HR department is excited because this AI tool can process and scan 1,000 CVs in seconds and give them the results. What the company fails to understand is that the AI tool as provided was trained on data that was biased towards a certain gender, I would say men. So it's a male biased data trained AI. And so in scanning through these files and documents as submitted by the applicants, qualified women are taken out of the race and it leaves them with men only. Despite the excitement of the company and the HR departments about the tool they have, which makes their work easy, the next week or so, they are slapped with a lawsuit, a discrimination lawsuit, because of course, they have just resorted to the use of AI to do all of their work for them. That is not to say AI is bad. Artificial intelligence is definitely a great tool for all of us. But this is what happens when we allow the algorithm to decide for us. And that is what my topic revolves around today, looking beyond the algorithm and then leading into your critical thinking as a person. So now delving into critical thinking in an AI world, as human as we are, I mean, we have a brain, we can process, I mean, our brain is very powerful as long as we utilize it. I always speak to my brother who is a doctor and tell him, I feel like I'm underutilizing my brain. What can I do to make my brain better, function better? I tend to think a lot, but that's besides the point. So I consider AI as a very bright or intelligent personal assistant for all of us. AI would work fast for you, AI will do all the work without complaining, and AI will draft as many reports as you want while you're sipping a good cup of coffee. However, I want to ask you a question. Would you leave the running of your company or the running of your personal life to an assistant or an intern? I don't know. I will not. The entire thing, no, because I have the vision and I know where I'm headed. I mean, so AI obviously is there to help us, but we also don't want to leave it to AI to run everything for us. To a very large extent, as human as we are, like I established earlier, we have our individual brains, and our brains can function as long as we utilize them. And so we are responsible for weighing the consequences of the results AI brings to us. We cannot just take what the artificial intelligence tool is given to us and run with it. Mind you, AI is trained on data. The data can be backdated. It could also not have data trained that suits your needs. And so we have to be very mindful of running with what AI tells us at all times. So I'll give you an example. In the event that AI suggests to you that cuts half of your stuff or half of what makes you efficient as a person, because I know I'm not just speaking to business people, and then it sounds efficient because then it reduces cost and everything. But I think we need to stop or take a step back and ask ourselves this. Will cutting half of the stuff violate any labor law in terms of a business? Or will it violate any person's human rights? Is it a smarter or ethical solution? And that's another thing I'll be talking more about, the ethical bits of artificial intelligence. And so before you allow AI to take over your life or your business fully, it's good to take a step back to ask yourself these questions. Be conscious of these things. I'm going to make this a little bit personal. As a young lawyer, where I'm merging my personal success with the reality I face today as a lawyer and in utilizing legal AI tools. So, I mean, I'm a young lawyer because I'll be 2 years at the bar this month. And I think I joined the bar at a point where the legal tech space was like still a new ecosystem. And so it was easy to lean into it and try to understand it. And it excited me a lot. I was very excited about artificial intelligence as a lawyer because it helps me draft my routine processes. It also helps me write certain summaries and then also analyze certain case law. And with a lot of senior lawyers I work with, they are very concerned about, I'm sorry I'm making this about the law, but there's a point to it. And they are very concerned about how AI can make you obsolete. But if you look beyond the algorithm or AI, you'd realize that, or I came to realize that the clients that I work with on a daily basis, they do not work with me because of speed. They work with me because I can tell them, I can analyze their real situations with the law. I can tell them the case of Ghana. AI may not be trained on the legal cases in Ghana, and so I can give them guided opinion as my co-pilot. Makes me a more valuable lawyer in the legal space rather than obsolete. And so the lesson here really is that on a personal level, or as a person, you should consider AI as a time saver, but not entirely your decision maker. And on a business level, you have to understand that in using AI or employing the use of AI, it must align with strategy and compliance with the laws of Ghana or the laws that govern the space within which you work in or you find yourself. And ethics, I would always say, is to be held in high esteem. And so that's a lesson from sharing my personal journey with the use of AI and then applying my critical thinking and logical reasoning. Now, we're going to talk about the law. If you remember, earlier I spoke about how ethics is very important, and there's a legal perspective to the use of AI and everything else there is to it. There's so many pointers I can give in terms of the law, but I'm going to limit it to 2 for the want of time. When it comes to adopting artificial intelligence, I've come to find that legal questions pile up so quickly, like so quickly. I remember someone suggesting to me that we use an AI tool to generate minutes from a meeting I was in, and it didn't sit well with me. I think it's just because of my legal brain, because I felt like we are going to be talking about things that concern the organization specifically, which may be secrets that we want to hold on to, or maybe trade secrets. And one thing we also fail to lose sight of is the fact that in as much as the AI tool you're using has been trained by some data that has been collected, whatever you are feeding into your artificial intelligence provider is also a means of collecting data. So you are collecting your data as and when you use it. So I'm very mindful of that, and that is why generating minutes with that AI tool did not sit well with me. Legally, data protection is like very, very important. And you'd be surprised, but Act 843, which is Ghana's Data Protection Act, is very strict on data protection of Ghanaians or even people in Ghana. You'd be surprised because we've not explored it so much, but privacy must be protected at all costs. Our constitution, I'm sorry to be technical, but our constitution in Article 18 highly protects our privacy. And so you cannot just feed consumer data or customer data into an AI tool without going by the right means. You must protect everyone's privacy as much as possible, and in the event of a misuse of your customers' data, it amounts to a penalty, and we should all look out for that. The second bit would be intellectual property. I like to think of myself as a creative person. As a creative person, intellectual property is very important. Like you don't want to create and then have someone else own it. You also don't want to appropriate someone's creation and call it yours. It just doesn't sit right morally and ethically. It takes away a lot from your integrity as a person, and it really is just not fair. And so, in employing the use of AI, you can use AI to generate so many things, from strategy to campaigns to articles and to anything you want to do. But you need to ask yourself who owns it, who takes ownership of whatever you are generating. What are you doing to whatever you generated to make it more human and make it suit you as a person? And whether or not you can co-claim ownership of it, or you're going to credit the AI provider. And like I mentioned earlier, the trade secrets bits, you also don't want to expose your business or your personal business or anything else to AI, because you're feeding away information, especially in the space of a business person. You really don't want to do that. I am very mindful of the names I enter into an AI provider, because I'm not trying to get myself exposed to my competitors. Like I mentioned, well, there's a lot. I'll just talk about ethics, and then just like the story I shared with you about HR recruiting someone, ethics is very important. It was very ethically wrong what the AI did on behalf of the company, and liability falls on the company at the end of the day, because they have resorted to the use of AI. It's such a big legal and reputational risk. So when you're generating things from artificial intelligence platforms, you have to pay attention and then ensure that you are not creating or going against any ethical values. The truth is very simple. AI does not erase accountability, and as human as we are, we still remain responsible for the things we have generated from our AI providers, and we are putting them out there as ours. I'm going to take us through a few practical strategies that I'd want all of us to leave here with today. And it's really bothered around how we thrive in this AI-powered world. So the first thing I'll leave you with is that you need to audit your AI tools. Know the limits of the AI tools you are using. It's important to know that AI tools have different purposes. ChatGPT has its stronghold. Gemini has its stronghold. DeepSeek has what you should look at. You should look at when you are going for it. There are other AI providers that are very focused on creating your CVs, your cover letters, and really helping you find a job. There are others that are very good and geared towards your branding. There are others that are also great for generating slides and other things. So you need to know what AI tools you are using and then know their limits so that you don't misuse them. Don't always just resort to ChatGPT. There's a lot more you can learn about AI tools. You also need to train your teams. If you work in a team, you need to train them, teach them to question results from AI providers and not just accept. And so they would apply the critical thinking and also develop internal policies. So if you work in a space where you have to handle data, you need to be able to develop internal policies that protect your consumers so that their data is not just handed over. Most importantly, it's okay to use AI for your repetitive work, like drafting your letters, your mails, and all of that, and so that you can focus on the strategy, leadership, and human connection of your entity or your space. And that is how you make technology your partner and not your master. And in a minute, I'll be closing. I want to leave the stage today letting you know that AI is not the pilot of your business. Don't hand over AI, your business or your personal life to AI fully. It's only the co-pilot. And so people who thrive in this space of technology where you have to create a good balance with your humanness, and then or they don't surrender their judgments. And then they also merge technology with law, ethics, and then humanity. It's very important to do that, just so you're not going out of the boundaries. Building trust by making decisions that are not only smart, but also fair, defensible, and human-centered. And so I would entreat all of us to go beyond the algorithm. Let's sharpen our thinking, and let's shape a future where success is not dictated by machines, but guided by our values, our laws, and our humanity. Thank you. Okay. Is there a question?
My question, sorry, my name is Nana. My question is, at what point, as an intellectual mind, is it right for me to consider maybe exploring AI tools, especially looking at the laws within our jurisdiction and how it governs that perhaps industry or, just as you're saying, HR is hiring somebody. At the end of the day, we are being preached that AI is the best tool to use, right? We are being advised that AI is here to help ease our work and its lives. But at what point really is it going to cause us harm? And at what point is it actually causing us good? Because I think the information AI gives us is sometimes in between accurate.
Yes.
However, how is it intellectually going to prove to the student or the working class person or the business idea owner that, hey, you don't consume too much of this?
Yes.
Pause and then actually think things.
And that brings me to at the critical thinking bits of my presentation today. You don't have to. So you see the example I gave about the HR practitioners getting excited about the AI tool that made it easy for them to scan through 1,000 applications. There are people who are trained in the field. They have resorted to using an AI tool to get their work done easily for them, but they don't have to trust it 100%. And so beyond the scan that has been done by the AI tool for them, they have to look at the statistics. How many women have been chosen? How many men? Is it a gender bias AI tool? What is it doing to make or to be less favorable to other applicants? You know, you have to be very mindful. So it's just like saying, don't run with everything AI tells you, because you'd be surprised to know that even some of the AI tools are not very much updated. Some of them have been trained on data that is as far back as 2019, but it will give you responses that sound reasonable, and because you are lazy to think, you will take it in. So we don't have to lose our humanness or our humanity or our sense of critical thinking, because before AI, I mean, we were thinking on our own. And it's not to rubbish AI. AI is definitely like amazing as long as you use it well. So as much as possible, employ your critical thinking. Just you also know the things that you need to look out for in your space of work, or even as a student, you start in a classroom, you know what is expected of you in a certain course. So if AI feeds you with information that is false or it's just not sitting right with you, there's nothing wrong with going beyond it and then thinking about it and asking people who have had some experience in the space some more questions.
Okay, I do have a follow-up to that.
Okay.
We are aware closely that people here in our country, even as business owners or as students, do not pay attention to the law.
Yes.
Where we know that ignorance is no excuse
Yes.
to the law. So what does the law really say, specifically to AI generated content that we use every now and again? If there's any clause like that you could share with us,
Yes.
or bring our attention to it, because again, the people who are watching us online are asking questions of that nature. We are creating content every day. Even as we are speaking right now, our tools that we are using is also generating, transcribing whatever we are doing, and that is AI generated.
Yes.
And so, what does the law really say here in Ghana jurisdiction?
So, well, it's pretty a new ecosystem. delving into the legal tech space, every now and then there's something new coming up, but largely, I would take us back to intellectual property. Some of these AI-powered tools are very much, some of them have intellectual property registrations done, and so taking whatever you're getting from them and running with it could be a violation of the laws that govern intellectual property. And you mentioned ignorance is not an excuse. I always advise people who I get a chance to speak to, as much as possible, you don't necessarily have to go to law school, it's long and boring, trust me. But as much as possible, try to find the laws that govern the space within which you work. And even as a student, get to know laws that cover you and understand the limits of those laws, and then the penalties that come with violating those things, those laws, and it will go a long way to help you. So that's way you can't say I can't read a law, because there's really an act on data protection. All you need to do is to Google, and it's all there. If you want an act on maybe knowing how well to manage your taxes, you just have to search, and the PDFs is everywhere. Like, you don't even need any special tool to get them. So really understand your industry, and then try to educate yourself on the laws. I'm also here if you have questions for me privately. So yes.
Thank you very much. Very much. Please give it up to her. Amazing. And I like the topic about AI, because I used to think AI was my biggest enemy. Like, why can't you do what the things I can do? And I can see, mostly, have you seen the new things they do about AI? They put on Instagram, there's these cats. One cat will be pregnant, the other one will cheat on this. Have you seen it? Meow, meow. Yes, and people only think that is AI, but AI is beyond that. And so I'm glad that she spoke about AI. AI is your perfect assistant. It can't be your master, but it can be your perfect assistant. Please give it up for her again. Okay, so we are going to go virtual now. So for those of you who don't know, Project U Conference is not just in person, it's virtual. We have over 60 people that have joined online. And so for those watching online, if you have any questions, please leave it there. We're going to answer your questions. Yes, so we're going to go virtual now, and we're going to take a talk from Melody Chipo Makuwaza, a Zimbabwean confidence coach. And so without much ado, let's take a look at what Melody has for us today. Thank you. Okay, so we're trying to fix the next resource person to come, but before that, let's just have a little conversation. Firstly, so far, we've had Baba who has spoken, we've had Letitia, we've had this beautiful young lawyer. Hello. Yes. What have you learned so far? You've been here from the beginning, I've seen you. What have you learned so far? Tell me.
Okay. What I've learned so far is I have to be more intentional in my actions and also not think about the income I get in stuff, but then get to know the knowledge first and then impact. And when I gain impact, that's when money comes in. And I also learned that, okay, from the young lawyer, I learned AI should be my assistant and not the master. Yeah, shouldn't take over. So, yeah.
If I had $100, I would have given it to you. But then, let me just quickly touch on this. So we have the Kalira Warm Hearts Foundation. So the next resource person coming, this is her little NGO. And so let me touch on it a bit. So the mission statement, our mission is to empower young people to reach their fullest potential by creating and implementing innovative initiatives. Now, programs and events that foster personal growth, social responsibility, and community engagement in alignment with the UN SDGs. So this is the vision statement. It says, we envision a vibrant and inclusive community where young people thrive, explore their passion, and develop into compassionate leaders, driving positive change and contributing to their communities in their own unique ways. So, this is some of the goals or missions aligned with SDG. Now, in the aligning with these SDG goals, the Kalira Warm Hearts Foundation demonstrates its commitment to creating a positive impact on the lives of young people while contributing to a more equitable and sustainable world. So, decent work and economic growth, and then reduced inequalities. Yeah, so for the Kalira Warm Hearts Foundation, this is what they have for you. And so we're going to have the owner or the CEO or the force behind it to speak to it. Yeah. Oh, that's you, Kalira. Okay, yes. So the story is the Kalira Warm Hearts Foundation was founded on a profound passion to empower African youth, witnessing firsthand the unique challenges they face. We also saw boundless potential waiting to be unleashed. Our journey began with humble donation exercises in undeserved schools and orphanages. Today, we are dedicated to designing innovative initiatives that foster personal growth through education and skills development, social responsibility through community engagement and volunteerism, community empowerment through leadership development and mentorship. By investing in young people, we aim to contribute to a more equitable, sustainable, and vibrant Africa where every individual can thrive and reach their ultimate potential. That's it, right? Yes, yes. So this is what Kalira Warm Hearts Foundation has for us. Are you accepting any donations? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So the website is info@Warm Hearts Foundation. That's the email. So info@warmheartsfoundation @gmail.com. On Instagram, it's warm_hearts foundation. Facebook, Warm Hearts, and then Warm Hearts_X. So for more information, you can go there, and then definitely Kalira will do that for you. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so we have Melody here with us. Thankfully, there were some technical glitches, but I'm glad that she's back with us. So we have a Zimbabwean speaker who is going to speak to us. And so let me just do something little. Yeah. So Melody is here with us, and she's going to tell us, give us her expertise on certain topics, and we can't wait for that. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let's give it up for Melody from Zimbabwe.
Psychotech, Intelligent Finance Solutions.
The next speaker is from South Africa, and he is an entrepreneur, mentor coach, facilitator, and speaker, and she builds transformed communities and cities through entrepreneurship training, development, and mentorship. Dineo is passionate about people development, entrepreneurship, community development, and mentorship. Now, she has worked with big companies such as Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa and Sasol. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dineo Molokwane. I did well.
had to console myself. I know that they take part all of the world. We want to live think together. I don't get anywhere. And I want to this decade, change my behavior. If you're in this stadium, I want to generate behavior, of very good, right? Personally, and they will expect to look at the end of the day. And this is what I really like. It's like
Okay, we still have some tech. Can you hear me? Yes. Hello? Okay, we still have some technical difficulties. We're trying to solve that. But before that, before the people online come in and join us and we get their expertise, we have someone here who is going to speak to us in person. And so let's do this now. I'm sure you all know who this person is. She's a broadcast journalist, she's a speaker, she's an energy giver. I call her the energy giver. And ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let's welcome AJ Pounds. You do it better, you can do it better. We know you are not a shy person. No, you are not.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Forgive me for being shy. I wasn't expecting this, but I'm fine. Good evening, good afternoon. My name is AJ Pounds. Mr. will say, let them know you are Mrs. Matilda Edu Boateng. Most people know me as AJ, a TV, radio person, bubbly person, but today I'm not full of life, as you can see. I'm so tired. I'm on a movie set in Koforidua. I had to rush down this morning to be here. Forgive me if I'm not giving you the energy you know me to have. I stand here as a woman who has been stretched, pressed, broken, and still found the courage to move on. It hasn't been easy being AJ Pounds on TV, on radio, on social media. It's a lot of work. It's when I meet mostly young ladies and they go like, oh, I want to be like you. I want to learn this and that from you. I go like, it's not about you learning this and that from me. How prepared are you to be known, to be heard, and to be seen? And now for permit me to speak Chi, what I say. It's fine. Maybe someone, you know, that these days our Baka people say they don't want their parables. I want to be sure if I'm permitted to speak Chi. It's fine, thank you. Going beyond boundaries and unlocking new possibilities. above all, the unstoppable power of you. That is what I'm going to talk about today. Before we dive in, please talk to the next person and let her or him know you are powerful. You are powerful. You are powerful more than you think you are. And you have all the power you think you need, but you have it. You really have it. Just say, I want to drink also. Say, I can do this. I can do it. I can achieve anything I really want to achieve. It's just a matter of time. And knowing, say you are powerful. So let's begin with small steps, big dreams. I grew up here in Ghana, in Accra. Like many others, I had big dreams of being on TV. I had big dreams of being an entertainer, especially. All I wanted to do was to entertain people. Concerts near me the bar. So growing up, if you ask me what, people go like, what do you want to be in future? People go like, I want to be a doctor. I want to be a D&D. I mean, it's mere concert. And I didn't even understand what concert was at that time. So we are major city, mere concert. I didn't know what it entailed at that time, and I'm glad I did. So I started the journey on Ghana's most beautiful platform on TV3. I had gone through some auditions previous year. I didn't get selected. It didn't break me. That was when I met my friend, now sister Alexis. Of course, Alexis, hi. It's been like 12 years. 13 years. Yeah, probably. Whoa. So that's when I met her during one of the audition days. She also represented the Eastern region at that time, and we became friends. She chatted about what the judges would be asking, and that's how we met. So from Ghana's most beautiful pageant, a young girl, bright-eyed, on the stage with the whole country watching you. People will clap, people will cheer you up, people will criticize you. It really wasn't easy, but I thought at that time, hey, I have arrived. I mean, among how many beautiful women, and you being selected, it was a win-win for me. I didn't know, I feel at that time I was as young as 20, I was in my early 20s, I think 22, 21. Yeah, the youngest in that year. But let me be honest, it wasn't easy. After the lights went off, life continued, going through the hustle, bustle, auditions here and there. Because after Ghana was beautiful, I thought, okay, let me then channel the pageant's fame to something else, being it doing movies or maybe TV series or something. I had to join some advertising companies who use me for advertisement to shoot commercials and all that, and no crying online in years. And I was like, hey, and this fame thing is not a joke at all. As I go in another media, when I thought I had arrived. So that first lesson I wanted to leave for today. Don't despise humble beginnings. Don't look down on yourself. For me, that's my very first step. Anywhere I go, even if I know I might not be the chosen one, even though I know I might not be the brightest in the room, I don't look down on myself. I don't let it go. I say never until the brooms are rotten. Whoever knows me will tell you, hey, she doesn't give up. At the end, she will still be there. I know maybe my life will shine one way somehow. And that, to me, is my very first step. Don't despise humble beginnings. So the little opportunities, the side hustles, the rejections, oh yes. As for the rejections, you get them all the time. It might not be with my line of work, but with whatever you want to be, the rejections will come. For whenever someone says no to you, just know, for me, no means next opportunity. We are here. Okay, we so someone go like, okay, what if everyone says no to you? Keep going. I mean, the many times they say no to you should rather push you to be who you want to be. It shouldn't break you. I mean, it's hard. sad, it's heartbreaking. When you expect something so high and then you go there and they go like, no, you're not capable. We don't think you are fit for this job. We don't think you are fit for this role. We don't think you are fit for this. And even in relationships, even in sometimes you meet somebody and he or she goes like, I say, yeah, I say, you know me, you are too pretty, like you are too pretty for me, you are too calm for me, you are too this next opportunity. That's what I always say to myself. So the little opportunities, I make good use of them. So 1, don't despise humble beginnings. 2, the little opportunities, please make good use of them. It's really, really important. You see people see the AJ Pounds today, and you think it was quick, smooth, and easy, but no, it has always been persistent, tears, late nights, hungry days, in California, can I say, homo yemi, you know, hungry days that you are broken, days that you feel this is just the end of it. Let me just look elsewhere. Let me just look at what somebody else is doing. Let me just try something else to see if this one will favor me or work it out for me. That was my journey. Fast forward some years, the career started shining. The cameras were rolling, makeup perfect, hair. I mean, the glitter glam is always beautiful, but behind that, I had silence, but I was fighting. I think early this year, I had an umbilical hernia, which I didn't know. That was my very first time hearing of umbilical hernia. When you hear hernia, you think it's for men. But I didn't know women had hernia. I mean, so when the doctor told me I had hernia, I love teasing. I was even teasing her. I said, "Now, doctor, are you okay? Oh, hernia for me." And she said, "Yeah, hernia. Women do have hernia and it kills. The only solution for hernia is surgery." I was like, "Are you serious?" And she said, "Yes." And funny enough, during the surgery, my husband, please help me thank him. A round of applause for him. The doctors looked at me and said, "AJ, you could have died because during the surgery, your navel, it was gone. It was rotten." Yes. And to them, I had less than a month to live. I'm being heard, I'm being seen. I know, say, I'm getting somewhere. Where from this hernia thing? Yes. And it happened at the University of Ghana Medical Center. A big applause to them too, because they really took care of me. They had my time. I think I had 2 surgeries. Because after the first surgery, I had, it opened. The first surgery, it opened, so they had to do it again. And the doctors were even marveled at why I'm not broken. You know, there are some people, baby says, yeah, well, you see them crying and yeah, me. So the doctors were like, "AJ, how do you do?" And I'm saying, I have 3 children to take care of. I am not dying now. I am not leaving this earth now. No. You have to motivate yourself. You have to be your motivator. If you don't motivate yourself, nobody will motivate you. Even at the verge of dying, I told myself I will leave. And I'm living. Yes, I am living and I will live until that moment really broke me. Sometimes I cried. I questioned God. I asked after all my dreams and my plans and the things I really want to achieve. Is this going to be the end of me? Am I going to just die like that? And that's how come the Save Belize Foundation came about. Sorry, I didn't bring some of my foundation stuff here, but it's online, AJ Pounds, Save Belize Foundation. That's how come I realized most women are going through that. But if you don't take time, you think, say, a ulcer. The symptoms are ulcer. Because I used to have that symptoms. How come say me ulcer? I didn't get it. Oh, I know you must show. You have this pinching side. You feel you have, for the women that have menstrual cramps, Sometimes you feel it's menstrual pain, but I'm like, oh, I'm done with this monthly flow. So why this pain? That was the signs I was having. I didn't know it was hernia, umbilical cord hernia. My scars became someone else's survivor. Your greatest wound can be somebody else's greatest healing. So don't hide your story. I've been saying this thing over and over and over. Anytime I sit on radio, anytime I get an opportunity to talk to any blog, I tell them it is not easy, but it is worth it. Whatever you're going through, don't be shy of it. Don't hide it. Say, be me ferry, me making will be best. No, you never know. Someone will be learning from what you are going through. You went through. It's a testimony. Because I've made people aware. Say, probably it might not be us, but umbilical cord hernia, because women do have it. And unfortunately, the only cure is surgery. So my story became somebody's survival guide. Now let's talk about boundaries. Boundaries are those invisible walls life builds around you. Maybe your boundaries, poverty, maybe family expectations, maybe it's fear, maybe it's society telling you women don't do this or that. Women, some men are also limited one way or the other. Just don't give up. People from your background don't succeed like that, so you can't succeed, you can't get it. I remember those days as when I was going for auditions here and there were friends who told me, listen, as I wouldn't call me, because it looks like at that time, the women that had the attention were ladies that were had complexion. Means it's only my eyes and my teeth that you see. So people really discouraged me. People really said a whole lot of things about me. They said to me that, anyway, just forget it. But I told myself, it won't make me stop this. 1, how do you go beyond boundaries? 3 things. Face the truth. Face your truth. Stop pretending the wall isn't there. It is there. Call it out. This is me. This is who I am. This is what I have. How do I work with what I have? How do I move on? How do I push it? You should call the truth. Face the truth. At the end of the what will you do about it? You have to face it. You have to face the problem. Say, at the end, this is it. 2, find your tools. For me, it was faith. It was family, my doctors, and community. When I say family, I cannot be here without mentioning my husband again. Mr. God bless you. So, guys, help me thank him. There are people, I always say, God will not use a lot of people to bless you, just use just one person. Just one person. And if you're unfortunate to identify that helper, no, it's when your problem. Because sometimes if you miss that person, I should be saying, yes, such a person, you know, 5-10 years a dream. So you should also pray and tell God, give me that helper. That's one person who will always stick with me and stick to me through it all. And for me, it is this man. He's always been there for me, with me, through it all, through all my surgeries. I've had 4 surgeries. He is always there. And the doctors were like, hey, Jibre, you go find me. Especially the nurses. Thank you so much, sir. I really, really appreciate. So 1, my 2. 1, face the truth. 2, find your tools. 3, push anyway. You should make sure you push it. I mentioned earlier, don't wait for the walls to vanish. Climb it, crawl under it, dig through. The movement is the power. Push it. You have to. Every time I spoke about my condition, another woman came forward. Every time we raised funds, another family found hope. I mean, I remember I had this baby, Becca baby. It was around 4 or 5 years. After talking about this hernia thing with Zion Felix on social media, I had a lot of messages in my DM, but that one touched because I saw videos and pictures of the boy, and I called them, and after I met send their Kalani soon, then I was like, look, maybe it's let's help this family. and I'm glad we're able to do. People are going through a lot of things. If you have it, if you are capable of helping somebody, please try and give a helping hand. Easy. It's really not easy out there. You unlock new possibilities when you say yes to learning. We learn every day, learn everything. It's not about just reading big books, small books. We learn every day. For me, any situation I find myself, I learn something from that. It might not even be as in me, but when I see somebody go through something, say, no, I try and learn something, because probably if it was you, so why don't you sit back and learn from what the person is going through? So you learn, you say no to fear, partner with people who believe you are bigger and you can really get better. I want to end this. My journey has been from lights and cameras to hospital rooms to foundations to new missions, and through it all, I have learned. Motivation for me is not a speech, it is a decision. Beyond boundaries is not a slogan, it's a survival. Unlocking possibilities is not a fantasy, it's your daily choices and the power of you. It is the truth that you sitting here today are enough to spark a revolution in your family. So anytime I see people, when I hear them say, AJ is bubbly, she's always happy, I am so happy I have survived the things life keeps throwing at me. That is the secret behind it, because I think I've had four, 5 surgeries, and I'm still alive. It's me, mommy, Jesus, I'm in I was saying, mommy, because Obi Koya Bako, I'm sorry. But me, my back, I have to be happy because yours might not be surgeries, yours might be a lot of things, the rejections, the things, the pain you are going through in your family, sometimes family cases, family problems, issues, relationships. You should know that there will be definitely a way. If I have been able to turn my skull into a foundation, into this, it means you can also do it. You are powerful more than you think you are. Like I said earlier, you are very powerful, you are unstoppable, you are the you in the world, you are the you the world has always been waiting for. My name is Mrs. Matilda Joa Edubuatin, AJ Pounds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sometimes you don't know what people go through until they tell you. See, that's why today I was asking for tissues. We can pass some one, and then we'll talk about our story. But I know that's not what we're not here for. So far, we've had probably 4 speakers, I guess. And as usual, as I said from the beginning, I like to interact with people. So I'm going to ask you, yes, you. What did you learn from AJ Pounds, what she said today?
Thank you very much, and you also just see this. AJ, you are a powerhouse, and thank you for sharing your story with us. And she actually just put it into what we have all been saying over and over and over. Hello. Okay, so I was saying earlier that she just that aspect of what we've all been talking about. Should I get up or something? Yes. Okay, I think this is better. So I think she just summed everything up with her own personal story. That's what we've all been sharing here throughout the day. How we have survived, how we are dealing with our own personal pain, but that is not a limitation. It's actually a stepping stone for us to become better individuals in the future. So AJ, thank you very much, and we'll continue to push through our stories.
give it up. All right. Now, we have our next resource person, and coming all the way from Nigeria, but it's virtual. I told you that earlier on, it's also virtual, so there are over 60 people that have joined us, and they're going to learn so much. So any questions that you have, those watching me virtually, please leave your questions and it's going to be answered for you. Now, this person is the lead steward of the Metropolitan Church, a movement and a ministry commissioned with the vision of raising a breed that will reveal God's glory, infiltrate government and comment influence. Now, headquartered in Abuja, Nigeria, he had his first Bachelor of Arts degree in history from the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Manasseh Dogon.
Title From Potential to Power, Mastering Self-Leadership for the Future. Now I believe that this topic is very relevant in every context of leadership, in every context of business, in every context of leadership, in every context of entrepreneurship. So I've been privileged to be in the coaching industry for over 2 decades, and I've come to realize that one of the greatest problems that we have in leadership, in every level of leadership, political leadership, church leadership, business leadership, and societal leadership, is humans' inability to be able to understand how to master the act of self-leadership. Because what we cannot do for ourselves, we cannot extend it to our society. So I'm going to be teaching today on talking on what I call from potential to power, mastering self-leadership. Now, I will start by defining what is potential. What is potential? I define potential as an inherent capacity or ability for something to develop, happen, or become successful in the future. I come again. Potential refers to the inherent capacity or ability for something or someone to develop, happen, or become successful in the future. It describes a latent qualities that have not yet been realized or manifested. Now, in general, what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that potential is the raw state of our abilities. Each and every one of us will have abilities. Each and every one of us, no matter what we do, no matter what we are, no matter our level of exposure, education, there are certain inherent ability that God has put in us. And the best of that ability would not happen unless we're able to apply a level of pressure on it, except we're able to nurse it, except we're able to develop it, except we're able to cultivate it. So you must understand that potential is a gift given to us by God. It can be talent, it can be certain skills, it can be certain things that God has put in you that God has empowered for those things to be able to make you to be successful. So we must understand. So I was able to define that. Number 2, I have to learn to define the word power. What does the word power mean? Power is the manifested version of potential. It's the ability to manifest inherent potential to the fullest. It's the ability to use one's potential as resources to create one's desired outcome, result, or success. So you must understand that what makes your potential very powerful is what your ability lies in the ability, in your ability to be able to cultivate it, to develop it. No matter how optimistic you are about the future, no matter how optimistic you are about becoming successful in your field or in your industry or in your ecosystem, you must understand that
The best of your gift are yet to be cultivated or developed. It is up to you to be able to be very intentional in cultivating those gifts, in developing them, unearthing certain gifts and certain skills that you're good at, certain skills that you have acquired over the years, certain gifting that are inherent by nature or genetically. It's up to you to begin to develop them, to cultivate them, and ensure that the best of them are unleashed. Now let me define the word. What is self-leadership? Talking about the concept of self-leadership. Now you see, you have no right to talk about leadership without first of all starting or talking about self-leadership. Now, authority is usually society, the politics that we run today in Africa or around the world is usually the reflection of poor self-leadership. Significant percentage of our leaders and people we look up to as entrepreneurs, as politicians, people that take decision for us and act policy for us in our various countries. The reason why most of the policies they are enacting is not really affecting the minority, is not really having a significant impact in the grassroots, is simply because the people that are leading us in politics, some of our presidents, some of our governors, some of our lawmakers, some of our senators, have not yet mastered the act of self-leadership. Now, you cannot give, it's biblically proven that you cannot give what you don't have. The Bible says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So anyone that fails to be able to understand how to lead himself cannot be able to lead us in every level of governance. Even in business, most of the challenges we have in business premises, in the market, in different sectors, in industries, in different ecosystems, is man's inability to be able to master the act of, first of all, leading himself. A man that cannot lead himself does not have any right to lead the society. A man that cannot take a decision for himself and to enact them and to watch the consequence of the decision taken happens to him does not have the right to be able to lead us. So the most powerful form of leadership is what we call self-leadership. It's actually, because one important part of self-leadership is when we're able to appropriate or apply certain principles and laws as govern business, as regards governance, as regards policies. We're able to apply it in our lives and we're able to see the result. So if applying them to our day-to-day life, day-to-day decision, we can be able to test the result, see the result, the outcome, or the feedback. It gives us a clue of the impact of such decision or psychology or mindset to a larger society. So self-leadership is one's intentional ability to manage and influence one's thought, feeling, and behavior to achieve goals. So you see, in self-leadership, you have to understand how to be intentional. The active word there is intentional. You have not mastered the act of self-leadership if you are not intentional. Now, being intentional is a proof of mastery. Being intentional is a proof of mastery. So self-leadership, I define self-leadership as one intentional ability to manage and influence one's thought. So you first of all understand how to manage your thought. You first of all understand how to manage your emotion. Then you first of all understand how to be able to master the act of taking the right decision in your life. A man that has a reputation or is reputable for not always taking the right decision concerning his life cannot take a good decision for the government, for the society. He cannot take good decision for the masses. And I believe each and every one of us, we are different in the industry, different sector, different ecosystem. Any one of us that fail to develop the intelligence to be able to understand how to be able to coordinate his thought, coordinate himself, his emotion, coordinate his will, coordinate his anger, his temperament, in an attempt for him to be able to produce positive result, cannot be able to take the right decision in a larger platform or landscape of leadership. So self-leadership is the ability to lead yourself, maintaining self-motivation, self-discipline, and personal responsibility without needing external help, direction, or pressure. I repeat again, self-leadership is the ability to lead oneself, maintaining self-motivation, self-discipline, and personal responsibility without needing external help, direction, or pressure. So you must understand that one of the key factors in the concept of self-leadership speaks about discipline. The most powerful thing you need for you to be able to harness your giftings, the most powerful routines that you need to create in harnessing the potential, the infinite potential that lies beneath the giftings or the inherent talent that God has given to you, the most active word there is discipline. Discipline. Discipline, how do you know a disciplined man? By his daily routine. How do you know a disciplined entrepreneur? By his daily routine. How do you know a disciplined person? By his ability to manage time, little time to be able to achieve significant result. How do you know a disciplined man? By how he or she is able to put himself, to coordinate himself, how he or she is able to manage the little resources he has to be able to produce, to multiply them into abundance. You have no right talking about national leadership or political leadership or governance in terms of corporate responsibility without first of all talking about self-leadership. A man that does not have the ability to be able to govern himself, to self-lead himself, to manage his emotions, to coordinate his will, that is not disciplined, cannot lead in politics. He cannot lead in governance. So charity, first of all, begins at homes. So I'm going to be sharing, the next phrase I'm going to be sharing is 6 qualities of self-leadership. What are the 6 qualities of self-leadership? What are these qualities that you must have for you to master the act or the science of self-leadership in order for you to maximize future opportunity? There are basically 6 qualities. The first one is self-awareness. You must understand, who are you? What are you capable of doing? What are you born for? What are your strengths? What are your limitations? What are the things that you can wake up and do it at will without being instructed? So self-awareness is the first quality of self-leadership. You cannot be able to lead anyone, even if you cannot understand, if your density of self-awareness is not tactful. So the first quality of self-leadership is what I call self-awareness. You must discover yourself. You must discover what are your areas of strength, what are your areas of weaknesses. Now, when you have succeeded in knowing yourself, you understand the resources, the relationship that are required to complement or to supplement either your weakness or your strength. You cannot intelligently observe certain limitation in your life, certain weaknesses, then you surround yourself with a relationship that has exact resemblance of that weakness. So self-awareness is a key quality of self-leadership. You must discover yourself, discover your potential. What are you gifted at doing? What are your major area of skills? What are your minors? What are you gifted? What is the area of your strength? What are you more gifted in producing? What are your productive intelligence? So you must understand self-awareness is a key, is a fundamental quality of self-leadership. You have no right to start talking about leading people if you have not discovered yourself. Because the discovering of yourself is like the bedrock of impact. You cannot affect the society where you are, the ecosystem where you are, if your level of self-awareness is very shallow. Number 2, quality of self-leadership is what I call personal discipline. Personal discipline is the strongest foundation for success. One thing every successful man or woman has in common is personal discipline. Every success you ever see in the life of anybody, your mentor and governance, and any person you've seen, is traceable to a discipline, or a discipline routine. When you're able to set goals, you're able to pursue it. You attach time frame to your discipline. You wake up in the morning when you are happy and when you're not happy. Only a disciplined man will wake up and when he's not happy, he will be able to pursue his dream and to achieve it. Only a disciplined man will wake up, you're not happy. So personal discipline is key. In fact, the greatest strength, the greatest threat to everything that attacks your effort, the greatest attack that the enemy will ever launch at you is attack against your personal discipline. So I say the first one is self-awareness. The second one is personal discipline. You have not mastered the art of self-leadership if you are not disciplined. Discipline in setting goals, discipline in achieving the goals, whether you're happy or not, discipline in your time management, discipline in your saving culture, discipline in your spending culture, discipline in your time management, how punctual you are to appointment, how punctual you are to important meetings. It's a reflection of a disciplined life. Then number 3, self-motivation. Self-motivation. Self-motivation is key. The Bible in the book of 2 Kings gave me a very beautiful story of 4 lepers that were lepers. By definition or by nature, they had every reason why they should fail. But these 4 lepers came together and said that if we sit down here, we will die. They took their destiny in their hand. They self-motivated themselves. Nobody was there to motivate them. Nobody was there to motivate. You must learn to carry your destiny in your hand. No one is coming to help you but only you. There are many people that are not, their self-motivation level is very zero. They want to sit down, they want to be pampered, they want to be cheered, they want to be motivated, they want to be applauded, they want to be even carried up. You must understand that self-motivation, nobody is coming to save you. You must pick your destiny in your hand. You must carry your destiny in your hand. You must be serious with your destiny. You must pick your destiny in your hand. You cannot keep your destiny on the ground and you want people to come and carry it with your 2 hands. You must learn how to the act of self-motivation. You must learn to motivate yourself. You must learn to motivate yourself. You must learn to motivate yourself. You must develop that culture of self-motivation. Most times you come, every time you wake up, you are always confronted or surrounded by reason why you shouldn't move. But you must understand that self-motivation is a very key factor. You must carry your destiny in your hand. You must be courageous. You must make up your mind to succeed, regardless of every form of resistance that is happening. At every level of life, at every level of business, at every level of leadership, you always have reasons why to fail, justifiable reasons. But understand that a decision for you to self-motivate yourself is one of the fundamental key of success. No one is coming to save you. The people you were expecting for them to come and save you, they are also waiting for someone to move them. Those you are expecting, you are sitting down, folding your hands, expecting them to come and save you, are not coming. They are also waiting for someone that will come and motivate them. So you must learn to carry your destiny in your hand. You must self-motivate yourself. Self-motivation is a fundamental quality in talking about of self-motivation, self-awareness. The second one is personal discipline. The third one is self-motivation. The fourth one is purpose-driven lifestyle. Where are you going to? Where do you see yourself in the next 3 months? Where do you see yourself in the next 5 months? Where do you see yourself in the next 1 year? In that organization where you are, in that industry, in that ecosystem. in that nation, in that marketplace? Where do you see yourself in the next 3 months? Do you have a vision? What's your vision for the next 3 months? What is the blueprint for your business, for your organization in the next 1 year? Where do you see yourself in the next 1 year? How much do you want to earn in the next 1 year? How much do you want to pay yourself in the next 2 years? How much do you want to become? How wealthy do you want to become? Where do you see yourself in the next 3 months? This is vision-driven lifestyle. Your life must be driven by vision. You must be intentional. You must be very deliberate in activating, in being purpose-driven. And number 5, mental wellness. Mental wellness is very key. Mental wellness is very key. You must learn to understand that you have to, if you're not mentally healthy, the chances of your vision being blurry is over average. You must ensure, the Bible says something, say, guard your heart with all diligence, for out of it proceed the issue of life. So you must understand that anything that will affect an attack against your mental health is an attack against your destiny. An attack against your mental health is an attack against your existence. An attack against your mental health is an attack against your vision. So the 5th quality of self-motivation is what I call mental well-being. Number 6, the last one, is emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is one of the qualities of self-leadership. And what is emotional intelligence? The ability to recognize, understand, and manage your emotions and their impact on your thought and behavior. How can you manage your emotion? How to be able to understand and to manage your own emotions and the impact of your emotion, and not just on yourself, but on people around you. So these are basically the 5 qualities of self-leadership. You must understand that every gifting that God is giving to you, they are in their raw state. You have to develop it. You have to apply pressure. You have to develop yourself. You have to master certain skills. Identify certain area in your life that is yet to be developed, and begin to put a lot of pressure on it. And by the time you're able to do that, and you're able to create certain discipline routine around your life, that when you wake up in the morning, whether you're happy or not, you will go for those goals. You will go for those dreams. You will do that thing. You will write that article. You will read that books. You will do that lecture. You will do that video. You will develop that content. You must learn to be disciplined. So I look forward to seeing you in the future successful. I look forward to seeing you in the future great. I look forward to seeing your future highly favored. God bless you. I still remember Anas Gong, the disruptive marketplace mentor, and the senior pastor of the Renaissance Place Vegetable. Thank you so much. God bless, name we pray. Amen.
Okay. Hello? Well, there's a question here that we would like to address. So let's quickly address it. So, it's online. This person says, I am a young man in a role of I'm a young man in a role of leadership. How can the act of mastering discipline, as many of my colleagues say, I am not disciplined? How do I identify I am losing discipline in myself? And then the second question is, can you share some biblical examples of my impact I bring if I am self-disciplined? Manasseh, can you hear me? So someone asked, I am a young man in a role of leadership. How can the act of mastering discipline, as many of my colleagues say, I am not disciplined? How do I am losing discipline in myself? And then the second question says, can you share some biblical examples of my impact of my impact I bring if I am self-disciplined? Okay. So we're going to move on to the next speaker, also done virtually. The next speaker is Melody from Zimbabwe. So let's listen to what Melody has for us. Please give it up for Melody.
Good afternoon, Africa. How are you doing? Can you hear me okay? Can you see me okay? I can't see the messages. You can unmute yourself, but let me know if you can hear me and see me. Please, someone unmute. Just let me know you can hear me, you can see me.
Yes, we can hear you. If you can hear us, kindly
Thank you
let
very
us
much
know.
for the feedback. Yes, I can hear you.
All
Thank you
right.
so much for that feedback. All right, so I'm excited. Today I'm going to be talking about unshakable confidence in the age of AI and harnessing your technology to amplify
Hello,
your
Melody. If you can
voice
hear us,
and
just
your
a quick
presence.
one. Could you auto-rotate your screen for us so we see you properly?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Yes, we are getting there.
I'll have to remove my, I had put earphones, so I hope you'll be able to hear me properly so that I can use it on auto rotate. So just give me a minute.
All right, we are good. I think we have you in full portrait now, so we can go.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Fantastic. You are welcome. All right, I'm trying to set up my camera so that it doesn't fall. All right. So we live in a time where just set up. Okay. That's much better. So we live in a time where technology can write your CV. We are living in a time where you generate your business plan in a few minutes now. We are living in a time where AI can even mimic your voice. And now there are tools where they are cloned. And that clone of you can attend a meeting on your behalf. But one thing that AI cannot clone is the human being. AI cannot feel your story. AI cannot dream your dream. And AI cannot live your life. And that is on you. And this is what I want to talk about today, to just remind you of the power that is in you, the power that is you, and how to use AI to then project that power. I was having a conversation with a young lady who recently immigrated to the US, And she was telling me that the environment there is different. And she said that she realized the brilliance that is us as Africans. But the thing that was different with how she was perceiving the situation was the Americans and the Europeans that she was encountering were not shy to talk about their accolades and their strength. And at times, even if it's not all that, but because they're out there with showing up and showing their brilliance, it then seems like they're a step ahead. But she was saying that in the space that she's in the non-profit organization space, she said that the people that she has worked with and encountered, they're talented, they're gifted. And then she posed the question to me, she said, is it about having no confidence? What is it? Why are we not showcasing ourselves? And then I realized that as an African woman myself, we don't have an intelligence challenge in Africa. Neither do we have a talent shortage. We are brilliant in Africa. We are gifted in Africa. The thing that I'm realizing is a self-belief gap. In a world where algorithms are shaping our attention and the digital noise is getting louder every day, we need to then stand out. And how do we do that? We need to believe in ourselves as human beings, and we need to show up with confidence. And confidence is no longer a nice to have. It's essential, it's critical, and it's also our superpower. So I was reading an article that was published on the 14th of May 2025, and they were talking, it was in Forbes, and they were talking about how AI is evolving, and
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's still some little technological glitches. Technology is not doing well for us today, but not to worry. We are going to get back on track. But before that, no, let me come this way because I want to interact with you and engage with you. This is Project You Conference. As we said earlier, about being unique, it's about being yourself, and it's about finding power in you. I'd like to ask some of you, when did you find out that you were unique, and what are some of the things that you can do that you think that no one can do? I've not heard your voice. Hi. So let me take the question again. When did you find out that you were unique, and what are some of the things that you think you can do that no one can do?
Thank
Thank you very much. I can say that I found out I was unique through spirituality, through faith. And when I realized that I was unique, I was able to turn things around and be myself and stand for myself and set boundaries for myself. Some of the things that I believe I can do is that to be unique, to be me. I have to know others but I'm unique. And when I discovered that it's really unlocked the power of me. And it has helped me to set boundaries for myself. So yeah.
Thank you very much. So for you, you spoke to us about having boundaries and being unique and all of that exactly. When did you yourself in your journey of self-discovery find out that you wanted to be a powerhouse? But in as much as being because there are so many powerhouses, everyone wants to be a speaker, everyone wants to be on the front line. When did you decide to do yours differently? Because I know yours is very, very different. So when did you decide that, okay, I think I'm unique in this way and I would like to do it differently? When did you discover that?
This is a hard question. As a whole journey, I think you evolve in life. Okay, so every journey of mine has made me somebody else. This is where I am now. And I think the first stage was when, before I made my decision to do the show, it was a fight from home. I knew I was unique. Art was my thing. And then after that, I think it was hard for people to understand that I had to be fashion on hold for a while. And everybody sees me to be a fashion designer. She's traveling, she's always here and there. So it was hard for people to not see me doing things that do you understand? But I got to a point where I had to evolve. I can't be doing the same things over and over. I used to sing in the choir. One of the things that used to be office. The fact that we were not creating our own music, like our own songs, because I'm tired of singing trap songs all the time. And maybe that's who I am. I always want to, evolve. So why will I just do one particular thing forever and not change? So putting fashion designing somewhere else, and then finding myself helping other people, making an impact, sharing the knowledge that I found. Because it will get to a point when you don't find yourself, you realize you get depressed. I always say depression is when you don't know who you are. So a lot of people think it's just the fact that you don't have money. Because when you even discover yourself, money will come eventually. You understand? So a lot of times when you don't know who you are, I can say it's actually better that we need the essence, you don't know what to do, you don't have knowledge about yourself, you don't know what to do, you understand? So that pit I found myself in, it wasn't funny. And this inspired me to be who I am today, to share to the world, because there are a lot of people in that same pit that wish somebody spoke to them, because I never knew this. Nobody talked to me, you understand? I've been to church, but who was there to talk to me? So I'm here, I'm just having an experience in life. Like I said, I'm a student of life, I'm still learning, and I will keep evolving. I'm not done. So I am open to what the universe has for me.
AJ, yes, I'm coming to you. I know you said today you're shy, but I think 2 months ago I found myself in a comment section fighting for you. And I remember that you replied to the comment section, thank you dear. I say, hey, me and you today. So let's make this very practical. For a while now, you sat in for Nana Mama Brown on his show. And there was a video that was posted that AJ is doing so well. She's doing amazing. But there's one witch that commented, she wants to be like Nanama. And I was the first person that to comment. And I was like, what do you mean? Where from this negativity? You guys should just relax because it's Nanama's show. But at the end of the day, she'll have to match up the energy to sell the show. Apart from that, you spoke about having so many no's, the naysayers being there, and some of these negativities that come to play. How did you not make that, because I know you saw that comment, how did you not make it bring you down? And how do you do this every time? Because the next week, Saturday, I saw you on set again.
Thank you. Let's say that you definitely get people that will not like you. Those are the people that you really need. David said something, he said, that prepared and table before me in the presence of my friends. We need those enemies. Because without those enemies, sorry. Yeah, we need them. Me, I don't tell me so. Me, if you really like me, I don't like the fact that everyone likes you. Because if I know you hate me, I will make sure I prove you wrong. I don't hate them. If I see negative comments about me, when I see negative comments about me, I look at that and I go like, okay, so what am I doing that is making this person not sleep? Is making this person say all these hurtful things about me? Keep pushing. We need those enemies to let the will of God happen. So when you see these things, for me, I just feel like this. I'm always trying to motivate myself. And I think almost everyone said, including the man that is from Nigeria, be your own motivator, motivate yourself, and keep preparing. I've been in New TV for 6 years. This is by far, I would say, my biggest break there. And I was not on the list. I wasn't on the list. But my husband and I kept preparing. I kept pushing. I kept saying, no matter the no's I'm getting, someday, some way, somehow, I will make sure I prove to everybody that yes, I can. It might not be in my line of work, it might be yours, it might be in any aspect of life. Just keep preparing. Prepare yourself and prove those enemies wrong. You don't need to fight them. I think I said they'll see you succeeding. They kept saying you can't do it, and you prove to them, say, oh, I don't need to. That's all I have to say. Prove them wrong. Don't start those enemies. You need them close. Because you know there are enemies around. There's certain things you will not do so that they'll laugh at you. Don't you think so? Because you know this one will laugh at me. Someone here. You will not make it comfortable. Once you are comfortable, you lose. Don't be comfortable. Bring them close and push them. Prove them wrong. Say, Charlie, give it to me again. And make sure you do it.
This one here. Hello? This one is my own person. Please give it up.
Part of this conference.
Well, thank you so much. What a privilege it is to be part of this conference again this year, 2025. And I am speaking on the topic, Reimagine You, the Power to Break Personal Limits, Self-Reinvention. So, most of the speakers before me, they have actually shared and painted a very good picture and given us the context of the type of world we are operating in as young students, as people who are venturing into the entrepreneur space, and just simply as employees as well. And one of the things that we are aware of is the high level of unemployment rate in places like Ghana and in South Africa and in other parts of the country as well. And my thing is here, we are supposed to actually see this as an opportunity for us to be more creative, more innovative, to think of ways in which we are going to no longer have to rely on the government to create jobs for us, but for us to think, oh wait, what world do we want to create which is going to allow us to not only create opportunities for ourselves, but to create opportunities for our brothers, our younger sisters, people we live with in our communities. And one of the things that has really worked wonderful for me and those I serve is this here. I'm going to take you on a journey that just paints a picture of how we used to do things, how we are doing things, and how I believe we are supposed to do things if we are to truly reimagine ourselves. All right, so most of the times we find that as young people, as people who are ambitious, who have goals, we do vision boards. I believe everybody knows what a vision board is, and if you don't, it's simply when you are creating a full view and picture of the things you want to achieve either by the end of a year or by the end of a couple of years, but usually it's per year, right? And that is what I've been doing as well in order to reimagine myself, because each year there are things that I also want to achieve, and I put them on a vision board, whether it's increasing my revenue or whether it is just wanting to probably build a house there, whatever it is, or probably lose a couple of kilograms or weight. For some of you it could be your goal. So you find that you have these goals on a piece of paper or on a page, and you work on them. You set goals for yourself. Each month you go and review the progress that you've made on each and every part or aspect of your vision board. And that is great. I have personally achieved many things by doing that. Come end of the year, I look at it and I'm like, my goodness, I managed to achieve all the things that I had on my vision board. Sometimes you really don't get to achieve everything, and then you have to probably move them into the next year if they're still relevant and you still want to work on them, right? That is how we used to do things. Then I moved on to say, oh wait, as you learn, as you explore other ways, other strategies and techniques of developing yourself, of reimagining yourself, then I continued with the vision board. But the difference right now was this. I had to ask myself and say, this is the goal that I want to achieve. I want to turn over R1 million in a year. Just giving an example here. And then I had to study my goal and understand what character qualities I am going to require in order for me to achieve this goal, because the best and most effective way to achieve a particular goal is to understand the character of this goal and develop it in you, so that you are able to achieve it. Am I making sense? I hope I'm making sense. So instead of saying, I just want to make $1 million a year, and then just setting goals and pushing. No. It's doing a thorough work first of understanding the goal, knowing what the character qualities matches this goal, so that you can go back and work on developing those character qualities in you to make yourself worthy. Worthy is a very important word here. Worthy to receive or attract this goal, because each goal has got a frequency it operates in. If you want to turn over, let's say, R1 million, right? We'll keep it here. R1 million, it's on this frequency, and your character needs to be developed to this level. or to this level of frequency for you to attract this goal and become one with it. But if you want to say, now I want to achieve $2 million or whatever the amount is greater than the previous one, then you are supposed to elevate and check what character and frequency is this goal operating on, and develop yourself to that level so that you can attract it. So that is fundamentally how it works. So if you look at it, you will realize that previously the focus was more on the goal. Oh my God, this is the goal, this is the goal, this is what I want to achieve. But as we progress and we learn new ways of doing things, you realize that the focus is now more on the character qualities, who you should become, that reimagining part of you, who you are supposed to become in order for you to attract, right, that goal that you want to achieve. And that is great. The main thing for you to get out of this is this right here. Are you with me? It is this right here. The focus has been so much on your personal needs. Because this whole thing of achieving the goals and realizing your vision board, what's on your vision board, it has been more about you. If we are to reimagine ourselves, this is where I strongly believe we need to move to as part of that. We are now supposed to move beyond ourselves and really ask ourselves this question: what kind of world do I want to create for myself and those around me in order for us to win together? Does that make sense? So this is no longer about you winning alone, realizing your goals, achieving your goals, and having this ideal life that you want to live. But it's about now transforming culture, no longer transforming yourself alone, going beyond there and transforming culture to say, what world do I want to create? Because if you are to reimagine yourself, what you're fundamentally doing here, you're actually ditching the vision board, because these are things that you've been needing, and you are allowing yourself to dream with God. And this is one of the things that I did this year. One of the critical questions I had to ask myself this year was, God, according to you, what best version of me are you dreaming of, which I need to at least open my eyes with God? I didn't have a personal goal. I didn't have personal goals. I didn't have a personal vision board, things specifically that I wanted to achieve. Not necessarily. I just allowed, I simply wanted to be better. And I simply allowed myself to dream with God. And as I did, He began to paint a picture of who He wants me to become. And these are now playing in the level of not only being a transformational leader, a transformational person, but more on advocacy, where you are now no longer transforming individual lives and people, but where you are now transforming culture. How do you begin to challenge unethical loss of the land? That is the level I'm talking about. How do you advocate for, women's rights, for young people's rights? Because in that way, you get to reimagine yourself and really think, not even outside of the box, literally throwing out the box and allowing yourself to dream with God. And this is where we now go into a space where we say, all right, it's not about where do I want to be 5 years from now, but it's about what kind of world do I want to be 5 years from now? And let me tell you, that you will not be able to achieve alone. It's going to take partnership. And if you are somebody who likes working in silo, working independently, you might have to rethink that. If you really want to transform culture, if you really want to play, on nation building level, you are going to begin to look at people or organizations that really complement you as an organization, or your organization, in terms of skills, in terms of talents, in terms of experience and expertise, and come together to co-create this transformed culture and a nation and cities and communities that we really want us to achieve. So reimagining ourselves is totally about looking beyond yourself to the nation within which you exist. Yeah.
amazing people personally I am drawn to because of how they have carved a niche for themselves, grown beyond the doubts people have about them, and then also grow in their various industries irrespective. Kindly join me on stage, Miss Valerie Mani. She's a woman of board and the CEO of a very beautiful business at Ma from Ivory Coast. I was fortunate to be in the same class with her, and I must tell you, she's a force to reckon. Having seen her from the stage of admiring somebody like me and pushing herself into where she is today, I must say, for Valerie, I am very grateful that I connected with you. And I see the growth, I see what you've done, I see what you're going to do. And right from day one, I think I spoke about it, that we are going to do great things. And I think this is the very first step to doing great things together. Thank you. And next on the list, we have Mrs. No, they are sandwiched by two women sandwiched them. So I'll put the man in the middle. What do you think? I agree. Okay, so we have Mr. Bejo Edu Wati, Sales and Managing Director and Country Director of Area Green Investment West Africa. Someone will ask what is Area Green. In Ghana, area means sun. So they do everything solar. And we'll have that dialogue with him soon. Dive into some of the reasons why AI will not take people's jobs, but it will be a very good companion or partner to growth. And then we have the last person, who is Mrs. Jennifer Nakinate. I think I'm missing the last one, but she will forgive me for it. She is an image consultant and a personal strategist. I was wowed by how she reached out to me personally when she really wanted to know me, for me to also help inspire her. Why is it about me? Because the factor of the you person, which is you, tells that you ought to grow irrespective of wherever you find yourself. This lady went on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, like literally all social media platforms, and when she wasn't finding me, she had to call my office. My office, she didn't call just the office, she called the shops. And then she left messages, and there were inbox messages, like, Jennifer, I see you. She would stop at nothing because she really wanted us to have that dialogue about the image of a human being. How do we carry it? Even beyond her own self-discovery, how can she nurture other people to grow into that space? And so these are the three people I'm having the conversation with this afternoon. A round of applause to them. How are we doing? So in today's panel discussion, the theme for Project this year, which is centered on beyond boundaries, unlocking new possibilities, and the future of the power of youth, has brought us asking major questions. Example, the woman of God, the man in an industry that is not spoken of so much, but it's like the new face of tomorrow. And then the woman who is so interested in also helping reshape people's mindset and their outlook. So I have a few questions for you as your moderator. I'll go on to the first person, which is Valerie Pani. As a PR person myself, and I remember she texted me saying that, Nana, PR people, we don't like surprises. So let's stick to the question. But unfortunately, we are in a panel discussion, and so we are not going to stick entirely to it. However, we're going to let you explore and tell us who you really are. What do you do? Why are we here today? And what is this conversation to you?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Valerie. I'm from Ivory Coast, and I serve as an evangelist of the gospel. I own Ivorian TV, and I a foreign company that share our culture through food. We supply restaurants and we serve at events. So we serve in Ghana in Ivory Coast. So we'll be glad to serve you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much. On to the next, Mr. Edu Boateng. Tell us about you. And a real green investment, right? I think I discovered something on your socials and also on your website, talking about how you work with partners in building solar panels in communities and even giving them an installation of payment plan. Tell us about it. Who are you?
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nanakuji Duwati, and I serve as the country director for Africa Green Investments. I mean, the area is literally not any other English word. The area as a tree. And the short reason behind that is that I have three founders who are all Germans, and they all have affiliations in the country. So we have the CEO called Rolf Schneider, who happened to travel to Ghana in 1992, and ever since been on some more managerial positions in Ghana ever since I met him in 2012. And Timo Sheffer used to work with a company here in Ghana called GIC, and I think most of you know this company. And he was posted in Takoradi. So he lived in Takoradi for almost 11 years before he left Ghana. And then the third person is called Dr. Fuga, and he is even more Ghanaian because he's married to a northerner from Tamale, and they have two sons. So the reason why we are here is that we're actually forming the company. This was prior to COVID, and that was, I think, the year 2019, somewhere in November. And we wanted to give a name to something that affiliates the company to Ghana specifically. And I've been thinking about it because we also wanted to do solar in African girls, and sunlight has every reason to be part of solar. We just thought, and I think on the fourth day, the wife of Dr. came up and says, why don't we call it area, because it has to be with the sun anyway. So that's how the reality came out. So I'm the country director of the like I mentioned, and what we actually do is something just regarding our heritage, because financing solar projects in Ghana, actually we had a competitor, but I think due to the economy, how things are being organized in the country, we had to fold out. We are now the only company in Ghana that actually finances solar projects, and I will speak more about it as we go on, but then we more than 10 to 15 years financing. So
that's beautiful. A round of applause for your very You may not understand or know what this means to Ghana, especially in a space where we don't have constant electricity. Within the week, personally, in my space, I've witnessed not less than 3 light-outs. And I'm wondering why it's so. There's no announcement, there's literally no update on why it's going that way. And so for a I think we would have a project after this conversation, looking at the NGO that I am partnering with also here in Ghana, Doneso Foundation. They are also sponsoring this discussion that we are having today. We are looking to also explore areas of helping communities that are under, like we say under deprived, but we are all deprived, aren't we? Yes. And so we are also looking at how we can give hope to people within the areas where we have it, at least within the week we had light out 3 times. Some people don't have it at all. And so we may look into that as well. And then we have Mrs. Jennifer Nakinate. Please tell us who you are, and then we proceed.
Okay, so my name is Mrs. Jennifer Naki. Jennifer Naki is my maiden name, so simply call me Naki. Let's see the trouble. Okay, so Naki is a former journalist, a former client services personnel, a beauty entrepreneur, a lived mental health advocate, and currently I'm here in the capacity as an image consultant. Like Nana says, I chased it all for fun. Also because I admire her a lot, and she's the most relatable person you can find. So Nana, well done.
Thank you. It gives me goosebumps, Naki. Thank you. Like I said, I was very wowed at how she went the extra mile to get. I'm actually having my former HR here, and I remember she also said, some lady B has been calling. Oh, she said she has to speak to you. I don't know why you do, but she said, please call her. I was at home one Saturday. She said, call her, please. And I'm happy that I connected with her. Listening to her project that she's embarking on. I'm trying to impact young people and also helping corporate spaces nurture not just careers, but personalities that are resonatable. That if I walk into this space and for a person that Naki had spoken to about how you appear, how you speak, how you are relating to other people in your workspace, and you know that okay, Naki was smart. C Nanako. So we go to our faith-driven personality here, which is Valerie Bani. How do you believe faith and spirituality can help individuals transcend boundaries and unlock new possibilities in their personal and professional lives?
Thank you very much. Before I proceed to this question, please help me appreciate Nana here. Because I will tell you why. We live in a generation where people can literally see you and watch you die. Like you are going through mental issues where you are living the worst of your life and watch you die. So when we meet people who still believe in us, even at the lowest point of our life, we have to appreciate them. So I really do appreciate you. If I'm able to sit here today and talk to you, I think Nana was one of the people that laid the foundation. So I really appreciate you as a person. Faith gives hope. I believe that spirituality and faith are the foundation that can help anyone dream beyond realities. Personally, spirituality has helped me to overcome challenges that I thought I would never be able to. Our sister there spoke about mental issues, depression. And I remember she said it's about not knowing who you are. Honestly, I felt that. When I was sitting there, she mentioned that I felt that. Because without faith, without spirituality, I'll not be who I am today. I'll not be seated here. I've fought mental issues. I've fought addiction issues. And it's through spirituality, through faith, that I've been able to overcome it, to come out of it. So I believe that spirituality can give us hope, can help us to see beyond our realities. And not only that, because personally, spirituality has helped me to know the person called me, to know my strength, to know the gifts that God has trusted me with. And that has helped me to set a business. And has even helped me to choose a career that aligns with my strengths and my weakness. And so I believe that spirituality can help us can guide us towards the choice of our profession. And even to set boundaries for ourselves. Because most of the speakers spoke about boundaries. Boundaries are things that are very important. And trust me, if you don't have boundaries in your life, you are not far from depression. Boundaries are very important. And these are the things that spirituality helped me to set. So yes, I believe that spirituality can help us see beyond our realities, can direct us towards the right profession, and it can help us to set boundaries and be intentional about who we are and the people we allow in our life.
Thank you very much for that. I remember when I reached out to Valerie and said, Valerie, how about you join my panel for this year on Project You? And she said one thing, and I think it aligns with what she's saying. I said, let me pray about it. She just didn't say, because I know you, Nana, let's do this. She said, okay, you let me pray about it. What the Holy Spirit says I should do is what I would do. Then it brings me to mind that, okay, indeed, if she's faith-driven or she's spiritually aligned, it means that she speaks directly to somebody who understands that she needs to go in this direction and gives her the green light before we go. And in the power of you, we are trying to constantly say that, okay, within us, we have that. Sometimes you hear it, it tells you, okay, go this direction, go that direction. But you keep quiet and you don't want to listen. You get into the space and you realize that. And then lately, I'll tell you one thing. For faith and for spirituality, if you listen, you would hear. It is just there. You would hear it. So let's align ourselves properly. It doesn't mean you have to be going to church every day. Is that so? It doesn't mean you have to do all the best you can, like gifting people for you to be spiritual. It means you should be able to have a daily conversation with your creator. Believe in something that is not there, but you know it can give you hope. You know that when you put your trust in that, you put your trust in humans and you are realizing that, okay, they're disappointing you every now and again. And for me, I think I see that growth in that space, and I'm very grateful that you made it to this podium to discuss this very important question on boundaries and then the power of you. On to the next question, we go to Nana Kwejo Edubuati, sorry. My first question to you, as a leader in the green energy sector, based on the things you spoke about that your company is doing here, you had a competitor, the competitor logged out, and now you are the leader in the space. As a leader in this area, what strategies do you employ to overcome boundaries, challenges in this promising sustainable energy you offer? Because I know for sure that within Ghana, the problems you would face, right from regulators to people who have an opinion about what you're doing, to people who are going to even consume what you are serving them. What are some of the boundaries or challenges that you face, and how can we tackle these?
Thank you for that question. I think ever since I came into this industry, my job had always been trying to be able to solve issues, challenges that we face, because having your founders being foreigners and their concept or way of life quite different from what we have here in Ghana. So when we actually started, and some of these challenges that I picked up, how they have to hold on to it to be able to deal with it was difficult. Because they have this foreign concept of dealing with it head on and speaking my mind directly, but I actually had to sit and look at how we address most of these things, because other than that, then the Ghanaian, as we all are, don't call back into the action and say, I don't want it. But what we actually giving is putting out the service that we think will be for everyone. But on the other hand, it's quite critical because you also don't have to force it on them. But if you are not forcing it on them, then what solution are you bringing on, and how do you carry this out? And so first and foremost was to actually look at the financing situation of the whole thing, because the challenge that we had was companies didn't literally have money lying about and saying that how much is sold for instance. So I don't know how many of you are engineers here, but the little example I would give is if an engineer comes to your house to assess your house and says they use their fancy words like 10 kilo, 5 kilo, 50 kilowatts. I know you've heard most of these things. Now, multiply that by just $1,000 plus or minus. So if somebody comes to you and says that the assessment of the 100 kilowatt, then it literally means $100,000. How many people or industries in Ghana have $100,000 just lying about and waiting to give it to you to provide them with solar, even though they need it? Because now the most important thing is that every company needs is basically how to power their production. Two powerful things are electricity and diesel. Now, electricity and diesel are also the most expensive commodities in the country. So if we are coming in to sort of eradicate both electricity and diesel and make you save money so that you can actually produce in a way that what your produce on the market are actually quite too expensive to the end user, then obviously you would need to probably use our services. But then how do you tackle it? So we decided to actually do a financing for companies. So for instance, like the example I used, if you're going to spend about $100,000, then we come in to take that cost fully to zero, so you don't literally pay anything at all. So we come in and then we buy everything with our investment money, and the down payment is literally zero. But the only thing that we demand from a client is for you to show us that you're dedicated and wants to go on this journey with us. And that dedication is simply means that we come to access your system. And for instance, you have to pay, or we are signing a contract for 10 years, and you have to pay me, let's say, 100 cedis a month for 10 years, for the next 10 years. So every month, so every 1 year is 12 months. And then but on the 10th year, instead of paying me 10 months, instead of paying me 12 months, you pay me only 9 months. And the reason is, we take the first 3 months of, let's say, so if it's 100 cedis, that means you pay us 300 cedis in the first month. So that it sort of serves as a way of a deposit, not literally me taking money from you, because by the 10th year, that's 300 cedis you pay that goes back to offset it. That's why you pay 9 months and not. So literally it's a zero down payment for every client, and I think it's something that a lot of companies have to jump on. This is the situation where the last time I had a conference earlier this year in February, the issue here is countries, and that's why I appreciate you for giving me this opportunity. A lot of CNIs do not know where to find finance before renewable energy. So I appreciate the fact that we are going to announce it. We are going to explain this is what we do here, and that's what we're going to do.
Beautiful. A round of applause for that. This will lead me to my second question to you, because it has to properly align to what you're explaining. How do we envisage, or how are you envisioning the power of you contributing to the growth and the development of West African energy? What's the role you play in here? What do people have to look at? I know that businesses do not know where to go for funding for all of these, but in your context, in your mind, how does the power of it sit in this space?
Well, you are literally means all of us. And the decision that you make today goes on tomorrow to change something. Because if you don't make a decision to say, you are inviting an company to come in and finance the system for you, nothing happens. There's no change. But if you also sit and you decide to say that because there is no money or some sort of financing to actually help you invest in renewable energy, nothing also happens. So the power literally lies as you make a decision. So it's like everyone. The government is you, the hospitals, the sectors, even the communities that actually change our lives are all there to make these decisions. Because we have what we call the meetings and the operates that serve communities. And these communities are the ones that actually say, look, we want to change. For instance, like the example you gave that some communities don't have light going on. We have some chiefs or some leaders in these communities that start up to say, let's invite these people. The government cannot align cable all the way to give us light. But these solar company or an investment company can help us get a meeting with that would help this community. Power as well, kids come back from school and have the common single light we are able to have their assignments.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much for that insight into your program. I would want to use the opportunity to say a very big thank you to conversationalists listening here consult as the organizers of this conference, Crocs It Out concert, which is coming up on MX24 channels, and then also to Kakel Photography for taking care of all photography here. We have Psychotech. They have a gift for speakers, but unfortunately it's not here, but we would get it to you eventually. They are into area sort of projects. they give out lights powered by solar as well. And so we would have some of their gifts come to you as
work with them.
Absolutely, you see. We have some initiatives. They are into hardware and other items. I think along the line we play their commercials, so you get to see that they have headphones and other things that they sell as well. We have Flavor Fusion Ice Cream supporting us here, and I'm so happy about this ice cream. Being part of the project, helping to brand it. I'm sure some of you may have tasted it along. Not yet. Okay, so it's out there. We have it out. Second. The cake was fire, so that is also coming from the same quarters. There was ice cream made out of lemongrass, some are from Percocet, so they're telling you to eat healthy or take in the sweet, the candies in a healthier manner. It's FDA certified, and so we say go to Flavor Fusion Ice Cream on all social media platforms. We have Ad Muse, we have iWake Fix, we have Donors Hope Foundation, and then Chef's Crew Food Processing Company Limited. They have supported what we are doing up until now. We say a very thank you to them. Going on to my very own, Jennifer, tell us, help answer this question for me. I think last week, a young lady reached out to me on TikTok. She saw a video I posted about what I have helped other businesses do, and she was confused. She didn't even know what I was talking about, and so she reached out to me and said, Nana, I see that you posted this. What did it really mean? When you say I have to be self-branded, if you say I have to know what my ideas look like, what my target market is, my strength, my weaknesses, what does it really mean? Can I have a session with you? I'm like, yes, you can have a session with me. I'm also fortunate that at least I have one of the people. I went for a conference, I think somewhere 2 weeks ago, and I met the young man sitting there. We had a conversation about advocacy, and for people who know me, they know that I am also into advocacy and all its likes. On mental health, just name it, women empowerment, child empowerment, girl, everything. Once it is going to change people's life, you find Nana in that space. Let me come back to the question with you, Jennifer. Help us answer this question. How can an individual use fashion and style as a tool to break down boundaries and unlock possibilities in their personal and professional lives? The young lady who reached out to me, yes, she's a nurse. She wants to build her own hospital. Yes, that's a big dream, but how does she start out? How can she use that boundaries that she sees? I hear they went on demonstrations yesterday or 3 days ago. They are demanding something from government. The nurses are saying, hey, we've been on strike. We are going on strike because it's been 10 months, no salaries. And she has a dream of building a hospital. Help us align that boundary she's facing to that future professional life that she wants to live. Yes, using fashion.
Okay, so fashion is something that is very critical. I think that it's been largely misunderstood. Beyond covering your nakedness, fashion is a communication tool. And so it should tell a story. You should have a style. And when I say a style, it's not your cut and slit style. You should be known in a certain way. The way you speak, the way you walk, the way you talk, your mannerisms, your habits, all these are your style. And so you should even take care of all these things before we come to your appearance. That is where fashion comes in. You have to select your pieces. How many of us have found ourselves in a situation where you're invited somewhere out of the blue, you open your wardrobe and then me. I was there. I guess yesterday. Yeah. Exactly. That's a function right there. But beyond that, it's not just a fashion. It means that you are investing badly. Like I said, beyond covering your nakedness, fashion is a tool. You should have your style, you should have your strategy, and you should have self-expression. When somebody sees you, your appearance should tell something. People make opinions in less than 7 seconds. And so if she wants to build this thing, this dream of hers, and she wants to get there, considering everything going on in the fraternity, she's going to have to move beyond the little support she can get there. She's going to have to go into spaces. And so she has to go to these spaces, not as a nurse, but as a business person. And in 7 seconds, her appearance should tell where she's coming from, where she's going.
Where she is going. Where are we going, Ankasa? I like that she says the future. I remember meeting AJ. I was just texting her on that she passed a comment somewhere 2012, if I'm not mistaken. And she said, Akosia, yabano yerini ayamko. Yabani yerini. And I was so happy she said that. And if I look at her life, from when she said that, we were very innocent people who wanted to win a crown and perhaps use the opportunity to go into other places and all that. And I saw her saying that, I'm like, okay, me, I came here because I want to prove a point to some people. And she says, if we don't win, we are not going. So it gave me a sense of reasoning to know that she just didn't appear there. If she just appeared, then it means whatever she's coming there for, it didn't have any work. So for what you're saying, if future in mind, the you fact matters. It means that you have to align properly. If I'm getting out of the space, just like she's saying, there have been instances that personally I've walked into spaces and then I've not spoken. I've not uttered a word. But just by my mere presence, because now we call you I said, me no baby. It is perhaps because of, I think, what you're saying, if I'm right.
Exactly, because if somebody doesn't know you, it's up to them to decide if they want to engage you or not. So you have to be intentional. Batman has said it already. You have to be intentional about where you're going and how you're getting there. What if I'm not given the opportunity to speak? What then speaks for you? It's all they see. So it's how you're walking in, it's what you're wearing, and the aura around you.
So it goes to say that if you are watching this live right now, you're saying that around you madness. Abandon anything in the detail of what you look like, how you sound, the people you connect with, and where you engage. Because the saying that you are addressed how you would dress, yes, we want to reverse it, like how she just said it. Dress how you want to be addressed. Me, I want to be seen as a rich woman, but I don't have. I also want to be seen in an intellectual mind where I can have proper dialogues. I just don't want to be found in a place where I'm just. I want to have conversations. I remember at the Festac Festival, someone asked a question with regards to where we are going. We keep talking about women empowerment, and we are empowering the women, and the women have sandwiched Mr. Dubois, and every time we are shouting women, and I get to question, please, so the men, who is going to empower them? If the women are all empowered, what are we going to do as for the men? We are busy building wives for our sons or people's sons. What kind of son are we building for another person's daughter? And that brings me to the question of what being a female CEO is like for you, for Valerie. It says that, the question here says, as a CEO, how do you incorporate your values and faith into your business decisions, and what impact has this had on your organization's success? I am privy to the fact that you started not long ago. I also know that in this space of food business, it is pretty much dominated with women. Even though the men are thriving, we see a lot of women in that space. And eventually we know that the men will come also for their own share. We keep shouting, women are empowered. And then women, when you empower one woman, you empower a nation. But we also understand that when you empower a woman and then you are not careful to help them collaborate with other women, they mess up the whole conversation, because we are women. And so as a CEO, how do you align this, being a female CEO, especially in a country of one that you have come to adore, to say that it's your second home, irrespective, looking at faith, align it to it for us. How does it work for you as a young CEO?
So, as the CEO of Ivorian Atike, I'm very intentional about first who I am, because I believe that you don't lose yourself at once. The first compromise step that you take, you start linking. So even in business, I'm very intentional about who I am. And so with that mindset, I thank God, I thank people, because that's who I am. And I serve in a way that God can be seen and people can feel respected. And so I serve with integrity, I serve with truth, and I serve with diligence. I'm very intentional about the people I allow in my life and the environment in which I put myself in. I collaborate with people, but before that, I pray. And with that, it has helped me to sustain my business, to build trust with my clients and sustain my business. And also it has helped me to maintain my relationship with God. And so, yeah, that's what I do.
Okay, so it will lead me to the next question, where, how has business been for you, an Ivorian in Ghana? And I know, I just saw a notification here, someone asking, what is she saying she's a CEO for? She's a CEO for Acheke, the one you call Acheke. They call it Atieke, right?
Yeah, Atieke.
Yes.
That's the right pronunciation.
Atieke. Yes. And she sells the very refined one. I think there's a display of it out there. When we get out there, you can have a look at it. How is it like for you here in Ghana? How has the navigation been? Getting customers, getting people to accept your brand and all that. Share a bit on that for us.
Like I said, with faith, all things are possible. So it has not been easy. Let me not pretend. But it has been possible. I mean, there is progress. And me being a peer, like you mentioned in the beginning, it has helped me to know how to put strategy together. And like I said, I sell with intentionality. So I'm very particular about the package and how I brand my business in a way that it reflects excellency. And so when you purchase, because of, from the package to the taste, the whole thing, you want to, purchase it again. So it has not been easy. I collaborate. I do a lot of, marketing online and, in person. And I'm able to, navigate,
All right, they always say they are able to navigate too, but they don't tell us the secret,
God. The secret is God.
The secret is God, yeah, and I love that. A round of applause for that. Moving on to the next question. Mr. Duboating, I come to you, the sandwiched man. Renewable energy, we're talking about solar, we're talking about impact, because I think this is a call to a lot of corporate organizations and also CSRs for your CSR project that you are embarking on. They are not asking for so much. They are saying collaborate with them, call on them. How has calling on you been like? Because it takes a renewed mind of a corporate organization or an NGO to say, you know what, this is a project we really want to embark on. We want partners for this project. We want partners who will live a lifetime with us and not just the short notice, okay, after six months, they're gone. You are saying you're doing 10 years or beyond. It depends on how you engage with your, your partners and all that. Tell us, how has it been like for you finding partners for this kind of project? Are people reaching out? And what is the easiest avenue for people to reach out to area investment? Yeah. Green.
Right. Thank you for that. I think it's not been an easy road building personal relationships with my clients. And it's something that took me days, which also I would say thank you to my wife for that, because for I think about 4 years or 5 years ago when we started the company, I was having sleepless nights and thinking about how I would solve some of these problems, because we weren't getting people coming up to us. But the question also is, how do I get to people? And how the organizations in Ghana are structured is such that when we actually even started, we didn't even have a company car. So I would have to sometimes get a taxi or get a car and move around. And in order for me to make an impression to even a CEO, to give me that audience to be able to sell my brand, I had to one day, this was just one of my experience, I had to one day just sit with a security guard for more than 3 days. So yes, each day I had to go there, sit with the security guard, and all that I did was ask him questions. Who is the CEO? Who is the marketing manager? Who is the procurement manager? Because these are the 3 important people that I need in making these decisions. So I need to start from one of them. In the beginning, the security guard just looked at me and thought that maybe I was a serial killer. Because why would you come and be wanting to find out who the CEO is and trying to let me point out who he is and things like that? So he was a bit skeptical. But the second day when I got there, he was on a bike coming from a distance. And when he met me, he said, "Hey, this man, you are back here again." And I said, "Yes." So the moment he sat down, he said he went to do some work. He's hungry. Fortunately, there was this banana seller lady. I had to buy a whole bunch of banana and groundnuts. Added cola and whatever. So the guy enjoyed the food. And after he enjoyed the food, we sat for like an hour. I was eating the banana with him. Then he was like, "Okay, you see, that's the car for the CEO." He just pointed it out. That's the car for the CEO. That's the car for the marketing manager. And that's the car for the procurement money. So luckily for me that the procurement manager just came by his car to go out to lunch. So I immediately rushed to him and introduced myself. And I said, "I sell solar, but I don't sell solar. I finance it 100%. He said, "Really? 100%? Then come in tomorrow, let's have a discussion." When I got the 3rd day, I had to sit with my security friend for I think an hour or 2. And then when he came and he called me, he had already organized a meeting with the CEO and the marketing manager all together. So it's really not been easy because why I started my marketing out when it was actually COVID. Because when we actually set up the company, my founders were all in Germany. And they were supposed to travel in 2020 somewhere, and that was where COVID hit. And all international airports were actually out. I was out in COVID with my laptop and my Wi-Fi. But even through that, we were able to sign 10 MOUs. And that's how come I got my first client, which is Regal Hotel in Tamale. And that was my first client. So clients usually do not come to us. I normally go to them. And mostly I'm calling, most of the time I sit on my laptop and I just hover over the Google map, just looking at industries. And if I see any name, I Google to find out who the decision makers are. And either sometimes I send an email or drive there personally to have a dialogue. Most of the time, you can go to a place more than 20 times and still not make a hurdle.
Okay, let me quickly come in there. What are you doing in partnership with government? Because I know the NYA does have projects that aligns with young entrepreneurs and other businesses that would easily jump on such an initiative.
Yeah.
And also with the NEIP or some National Entrepreneurship Investment program.
Yeah.
What are you doing in partnership with these organizations to be able to get this service accessible to young persons, that more businesses that are maybe really in need of this service and may be able to end up being part of your partners or your clients or whatsoever?
Yeah. Thank you for that. I think with most of these organizations, we've been to some of their conferences and all. We've had dialogues with them. We've met some of them also at the Energy Commission's conferences that we normally have. But normally, after discussions are done and emails are exchanged, sometimes I come back to the office and reach out to them through emails, and most of them hardly come back. So when you're pushing, nothing comes back, then sometimes we have to go behind some of them and then see if we can reach out some of these government institution people to actually speak to them, but nothing really materializes. And then you realize that some of them literally and I'm choosing my words really carefully, and if Energy Commission is here, I've been saying this whenever we have conferences, it's because I don't really know if they feel that solar is actually doing away with what they are doing in either ECG or NETCO. But it's a challenge that we have because some of the PPA contracts have been held for more than 2 years now, 3 years now, even if I should say, because yes, even about 4 years now, if I'm being right on that. So there's one thing that we hear on the side or on their website, and another thing when we meet in conferences and all, because even when you go to the organization for that letters that you need as an authority to do what you want, obviously you would have to go back and forth for years and months, and you're not getting these. So
a quick one on that. Would you say that you've been able to leverage on the power of you, within you as a person, within the leadership space you find yourself in your organization, to be able to leverage and get access to some of these CEOs? Looking at how you partner with the security guy, because yes, he became your partner. When I talk about partners, people get confused. What's a partner?
Yeah, exactly, you're right.
I have tools, I have partners, and I have my networks. If I want to use, I know who I can place as a tool. So would you say you've been able to use that power within? And how did that power come about? Was it self-motivated? Was it vision-oriented by the company's vision or mission that you have discussed within your closed doors? How did you get that to work?
Okay, so it was actually a vision that I had to go into certain strategies that are literally not normal. That, I mean, it wouldn't come off the books, but then obviously I think that it works because in essence, I actually had to speak to certain people at wherever I get the opportunity. So even here and right now, and the people here in this room, that I always throw this challenge that Area is a company that's actually looking out for agents. So some of you here might even have friends, parents, uncles, brothers, cousins that are literally owning hotels, schools, factories, or they even if they don't own it, they are the marketing managers, they are the directors, they are the procurement managers, and all of these people. They work there, but they don't have access or probably never even heard the name of Area. So normally I throw this out and say, look, speak to them, and I will give you a commission for your job. You don't have to do anything at all. So if she is your friend or auntie or mom, you can just speak to her and say, look, I have this solar company that finances 100% solar energy, and you can speak to them. They will finance for you 100%. Once she agrees with you to have a meeting with me, you don't even have to travel with the meeting. Your job is done. But once the meeting goes on, I'll do all the work for you. Once she signs the contract with me, you get your percentage from me.
Do you go beyond Ghana? Do you go to Abidjan, Ivory Coast?
At the moment, we are in Nigeria, we are in Cameroon, we are in Burkina Faso, but not Abidjan yet.
I think you should think about it.
We are looking for people who live there because
am I seeing connection there? Okay, so what's my percentage?
So the percentage is literally between 1% and 5%, and it's not Ghana, it's dollars. Yes, dollars, because our contracts, so our contracts are literally in dollars or euros. So the percentage I'm talking to you about is from 1 to 5%, either a dollar or euro percentage. And like I said, let's say you are lucky to get me 100 kilowatts, that's $100,000 or 100,000 euros. Calculate 2% of that or 3%. How much is your commission on it? And I will pay that to you once the contract is done. No jokes. So these are some of the strategies that normally I use. So sometimes I sit in the office and I get people, those who take my cards or numbers, they will call and say, Nana, how are you? I'm fine. Oh, I spoke to a manager here. He owns a hotel, he owns a school, he wants to have a dialogue with you. So I meet them and yeah, if it works out, I pay a commission.
So Nana is not waiting for the people to
No,
come.
I'm not.
He is going after them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And that is something we are speaking to as the power of you.
Exactly, yes.
Yes. And so it brings me to a question that will be to Madam Jennifer. Let's quickly look at this. Nana has been able to speak to our audience told us the need for us to collaborate because he's actually teaching us that we can actually make some extra income. Our image consultant, please, how can our image help us make extra income? Image not in the sense of our outlook, because when we say image, everybody goes straight to look at, hey, how does this person look? No. I think you should educate us a little bit about what an image is when we are talking about image consultancy, first of all. Then you tell us how we can actually make some extra income considering our image that we put out there.
Okay, so like you rightly said, there's a misconception. Your image is not just about your appearance. Your appearance is a part of it. The worst thing that can happen to you is for someone to have a certain perception about you before they get to meet you, and then meet you, and then now they have to change the perception they had about you. That's the worst thing that can happen to you. If for nothing at all, let it be for the better. Because for the worse means everything is gone. So your character is your biggest image. You might think that this person doesn't know me. I'm meeting this person for, say, 10 to 30 minutes briefly, and so you put on a facade. You'll be amazed. These things don't hide. It's either along the line, something will happen and you give yourself away, or this person eventually will meet someone who knows you. Something will definitely go off, and the real you will come to play. And so making income or extra income means you're going to go to places that you are not familiar with. You're going to deal with people who are not the usual set of people you deal with. And so you should know that it's not about the clothes you're going to wear or the knowledge you have. It's a character issue. It's about you, your person, and whatever it is that is exuding out of you. You can't fake it. This is not fake it till you make it. You are either going to have to work on yourself so that you become a better person and more refined to attract those incomes you want. Either than that, give a perception, fake it, and eventually when the hearts fall, you lose it all. Plus the little you even invested. So really, at the end of the day, the choice is always yours.
Thank you. A round of applause for that. And so in conclusion, you give us your last statement, each as a speaker. Tell us what project you has brought to your mind, and then the power of you, what you leave with our audience. What do they do with the power that they have within?
Thank you very much. I will start by saying that life is spiritual. Life is full of challenges. And so we need a good foundation to be able to navigate in life. God has blessed us with a uniqueness, with a potential. Find it. And when you find it, don't be in the hurry to blow in it, grow in it. The power of you can be unlocked through faith, through discipline, and most importantly, through courage. I always say that courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is not the absence of doubt. Courage is making that bold step in fear. Start where you are. Start with what you have. Personally, the power of me has helped me to build boundaries and to be me and go after the goals that I've set for myself. And that has helped me to believe in myself and to put myself out here.
Thank you very much. On to the next.
Okay, so I would just crown it by saying that the power of you sits with you. I mean, in this life, whatever decision that you take, you are solely responsible for it. don't ever sit and say that nothing is happening, and so the little that is happening in your space has no value. I would say that if there is nothing at all that you'd ever thought of, that there was even ever an opportunity for you in this life, I have given you one today. If your income is not good for you, there's an opportunity for you to look for another way. Yes, I know in Europe it happens. In Europe, someone can do early morning, do the normal job in the afternoon, and do an evening job as well. You can have 3 incomes. But in Ghana, it's really hard because of how the economy is structured. But I would repeat this again, that with my company, you can just be an agent for the company. You would just, probably in your space, you don't even have to go out of your room, you only need an internet. You can browse Google Map on your phone. You can even type it. Give me a list of manufacturing companies in Ghana, or in Accra, or in Tema, or in Takoradi, wherever you are. And then once it gives you the list, just go through and find out which of these companies are really consuming quite an amount of energy. Because that is what you need. Because if you need a fat commission, you need a company that can be able to do about $500,000. And if you are talking about 500, maybe 3% or even 4% of $500,000, I would leave that to your judgment. So please, with what has been done here today about the power of you, it sits in your hands. Do not blame anyone if it doesn't work out for you. And if you never had an opportunity, you've heard one today. What you do with this important information purely sits with you. So I would say that area, our doors are always open. You can Google us. Our website is areagreeninvestments.com with an S at the end of the T. And then you can go on our website and see what we do. You can even educate yourself with the information we have on our website so that, like my sister here rightfully said, you cannot just wear slippers or anything at all and approach a CEO. They'll throw you out. If you really mean business, you might not even have a job, but just dress decently, enter a company, just tell them you want to speak to the marketing manager or the procurement manager. These 2 people are the ones that handle the power for payments. Once you get one and you're able to sell it to them, just even tell them that I have a brother who has a solar company that finances. You lie like that. When they call me, I will say it's true. And just leave the meeting and the technicalities and all of that to me, and I will deal with that. And once it's done, you can even come on the meeting with me if you want to see that clearly you'll be paid. So this is an opportunity for you, and you can tell others as well that this is the opportunity that is lying about, and if you want to grasp it, it's up to you to do that. Because what we try to do is to bridge this capex gap in the country. So that for just one on that, capex gap, I hope most of you know what a capex gap is. So let me just give an example. A capex is a capital expenditure of simple. Let's say the company that wants to do solar, the solar is costing them, we have solar engineers that are selling the solar outright. And these are the outright purchases that the companies cannot afford. So if a solar company comes to a company and says, I will sell this solar to you for $1 million, no company will give you $1 million for you to come and install solar for them. Then they will prefer to pay ECG. But the company may only have about 300,000. So the space, what we call the capex gap, is that $700,000 that they cannot afford. And that is where area comes in. So we come in to bridge that 700,000. We say, look, you say you have 200 or 300,000, give it to us. The rest will finance it for you. Pay me back in 14 years' time. That's why we are here. So if you see yourself as an area agent and you go out there, you are actually solving a problem in this country. Because when analysis were done last year, the first African country that the atmosphere causes illness and kills people and babies is Ghana. We were hovering around 88% of zero emissions in this atmosphere. It's what we sit in is hazardous. That's the word they used on CNN. So investors who literally normally would have to come in this country, give out their money so that most of these solar systems can be invested in, are not coming. Why? Because they come into this system, they go back to Germany or US, and they are sick. Why would he want to come into a country where he's going to invest his own hard-earned money and go back and die? Why would he do that? So the more solar systems we build, the more renewable systems we build in this country will save us a whole lot. A whole lot. Like hospitals, you wouldn't go to hospital and see a lot of people. Sometimes you complain headache. Do you know why? It's the air we are breathing in. Too many cars polluting. And all these can be solved with solar energy because now e-vehicles are also coming. And e-vehicles are powered by solar energy. Because Akosombo cannot do that any longer. And this is the country we sit in. That's why electricity prices every year, just last year, electricity prices were increased 4 times. Do any of you know that? No. Because probably the bill just comes and you pay. You don't ask questions. We have to start asking questions. You can't live in a country and be adamant. And wake up tomorrow, the bill is 5 cedi and you pay. Tomorrow is 6 cedi and you pay. Tomorrow is 7 cedi and you pay. Do you even know what the story is behind that? Why is it increasing? Have you ever asked? What if tomorrow we don't have any electricity anymore? Now, do you know what's happening now? Ghana is losing water. The whole country is losing water. We have some communities that don't have clean drinking water. And we think we are in Accra, it won't get here. It will get here. But if we don't solve that one from that village, then it will get to a time that this country, we may have to leave.
It's a hope
Thank you
that
very
we don't
much.
get to leave Ghana very soon. And so we have to be intentional and accept the opportunity that is on the table. When we are done, I think you should speak to Mr. Edu Boateng. And Jennifer, your last words.
Right. So everybody has said everything. Every speaker here has said everything. And Nana, personally, thank you for what you're doing. Some of us didn't get this opportunity when we were younger. These platforms weren't there to guide you on self-discovery and self-awareness. We had to learn all these things the hard way, sometimes in a very unpleasant manner. Yes, so if you're much younger than all of us sitting here, take advantage. Tell a friend to tell a friend, because this is good. Now, as an image consultant, I'm simply going to say that that part of you we don't see is your biggest image. That part of you only you know is your image. That part of you, when you sit in your room, you sit with in silence, that is the you should be concerned about. That is the you should work on. If you get that right, the rest of it, you don't have to deal with it. It will just walk you through. We've spoken about confidence and every other thing. Confidence is not something you build outside. It's something you build inside. It's something you have to sit with yourself, ask yourself the hard questions, assess yourself, have awareness, acceptance, and deal with it as it is. And so deal with these issues indoors. When we say image, it's good to look good, but looking good is not trends. Looking good is clean, what you can afford, and avoid stress. Because if you go beyond your budget, eventually, we've spoken about mental health and everything that comes with it, and then it becomes a compound issue. So stick to what you can afford, deal with the hard issues, and like she said, faith plays a role in all these things. So yes, it all depends on you, and that is your real power. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is your real power. I am so happy that we are almost out with the conference, and so I want to say a very big thank you to every one of you, audience online and also here in person, and also a big thanks to iWick Fakes, Admuse, Kakel Photography, Claire Consult, Cross It Out, MX24, you have been our rock. We really do appreciate you so much. If you joined us on live, it was streamed live by MX24, and we say a very big thank you for that. We have Donors Hope Foundation sponsoring some of the tickets that are online that people are able to watch us today. We have some initiatives also helping us with data connectivity. And then we have Flavor Fusion Ice Cream giving us some snacks for today. I must say it's been a very wonderful conversation. Personally, the dream to be able to impact started from a very young age. Each time I have to speak about it, I have to get that flashback of how I wanted somebody to talk to. I had a lot of ideas. I had something within. I knew there was a fire burning. But who to talk to ignite it for me? And so for what Jennifer is saying, if we are opportune to find ourselves attending conferences, if you see anything like that happening online, do not hesitate. Grab it. Because personally, it's Dad to me that inspired me the most. I would watch him on TV. I'll listen to him when he's going to a school. There was a series, a tour. And it inspired a lot in me, and I know that 1 million people I want to speak to before I die, I will do that. Currently, I'm at about 92,000 people that yes, I count. That is what she said. She said intentionality. Every click, every view, it matters to me because I am intentional about what I put out there. And so let's be intentional as audience today. Make sure whatever you're putting out there on the digital platform, how you are using AI tools. I've fought with a lot of people about how they apply the usage of AI tools. AI is not going to be the master, and so let us be impacted as AI being our partner. Because whatever information you're even giving AI, you have to calculate it right. If not, just like the legal practitioner said, you're putting the wrong information and you're getting people's information and you're working with it, and you don't even know the legal implications of these conversations that you're having with AI. We get up, we put our images in AI and say, oh, AI, generate this for me. You don't know what it is taking from even your eyeball, your iris. People did not know. So please and please, let's as much as possible, try and be intentional about the life we live out there, the digital footprint that we are living out there. You may think AI is not doing so much harm to you, but if you used it in the right way, we believe that it would give you the success you want for your industry today and then beyond the future. It's been it's been me, Nana Alexis Akosi Obenewopo Kwajman, your moderator for this session, and I am glad that you joined Project U Conference. We'll see you again next year, which is our 5th anniversary for Project U. Each year, I do give an announcement. We may not come to you in this style from next year. In person will do a lot of work for us because it's the 5th anniversary. And personally, we want to see people who have attended Project U Conference, which started 13 years ago as global icon workshops and eventually transitioned into Project U Conference, how they have been able to turn their stories around by impacting the self within. And so if you are here, if you are listening online, how you were able to turn your story around, whatever word you heard from here that impacted you. Next year, we want to see you here, share your story with us, and then we would be able to impact the future that we have. It is the power of you, and that it's being Project U Conference. Thank you very much for having me.